Yeah.
Oh, he's starting to stomp around.
It's happening. Kenny's watching the uncensored version of the end of Damien. There's no
Oh, he's
cutaway
going to the ropes now.
There's no cutaway to Sean Mooney.
Oh, oh my gosh. Oh, man.
Well, Jeff Hardy's dog died in real life, though. Like, they never killed Matilda or Frankie or anything.
Oh, Matilda, that's phenomenal knowledge right there.
They only killed Pepper, Al Snow's dog. They killed Al Snow's dog, and I think Big Boss Man cooked it and fed it to Al Snow, if I remember correctly.
Oh my gosh.
He said it was a pepper steak.
Oh, yo.
That's what it is. Yep. That's why I think that was a great question. Would Al Snow work in 2022?
Absolutely not.
Just an entire crowd chanting.
Do you think it's a 2022 thing or it's they went public thing?
Yeah, the whole direction of their show has shifted. Probably both. The answer is probably both. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
Ed! What does everybody need?
Suck it.
Crazy.
That's what we were saying. And wearing the shirt to school.
2 words for you.
Let's get ready to.
Meanwhile, I got Saturday night's main event on, and I just watched Mr. T throw the worst punch in history.
Oh, no.
Just awful. Like, how did Mr. T play a boxer? Like, that was awful. Hey, look who's here. I guarantee you he's only here because he's about to go to bed. There's no way whenever Donnie Dope wants it's because he hasn't slept.
My cousin was asking me today. Matter of fact, we got time today. I'll say it sometime in the opening segment.
Good. Might as well. I screwed up the whole open by talking about Magic yesterday. So,
I watched Winning Time yesterday too. God, jeez, that's one of my favorite shows of all time.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll say it on the air because I buried They Call Me Magic pretty bad, but I finished it last night when the Bucks went up like 4,000. Like, yeah,
it was Little League Baseball for me.
My attention somewhere else. Loved ones, what's good? Welcome into this draft day edition of D-Lo and KC. It's April 28th. No 8-hour draft day, though. For first time, this is a historic day. This just dawned on me. This is the first time in the history of D-Lo and KC that we have not done an 8-hour show on a draft day.
Wow.
We did 8-hour drafts for the Tyrese Halliburton
we did.
Draft. We did it for Davion Mitchell. We did it for Trey Lance.
Wow.
I think Trey Lance was our first football draft. Yeah. So yeah, this is the first show the first draft day show that we've done that hasn't been 8 hours.
That's crazy.
So suck it, Danny in San Francisco.
Yo, I low key forgot it was draft day till like yesterday. I was like, oh, the draft is tomorrow.
It's been quiet.
It never happens.
I mean, it's quiet for a variety of reasons. Some obviously involve, kind of where the San Francisco 49ers are. Some involve where the Raiders are. But I think there are other reasons as well as to why this NFL draft conversation feels so quiet. We'll get into those as the day progresses. When we say it's D-Lo and KC, fam, it's D-Lo and KC today. Ain't in-person insight going to join us. It is 4 straight out. When I say I have no idea what is about to pop up, man, I genuinely mean that. There's no Ham today. There's no Matt George. There's no Olivia Christian. There's no Trista Crick. There's no Kyle Madsen. It is D-Lo, KC, and you. Phone lines are open all day, 916-349-1320.
Come talk to us.
Yeah, please. We already know the chat house is going to derail us on numerous different occasions. That's twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and Facebook Live as well. It's draft day, but we'll start with basketball. Warriors finish off their series against the Nuggets 4-1. Oh man, the Warriors look good, bro. It wasn't Steph or Jordan Poole in the starting lineup. It was Steph and Jordan Poole in the starting lineup. Just tried to make some switches elsewhere, but that it wasn't the game I expected.
You thought it was going to be a blowout?
Yeah, that's a testament to the dude who's going to win his second straight MVP. I thought Golden State was going to light him up, and man, Denver fought, but it was just too much Steph there at the end. Too much of the Golden State Warriors, and it's a hell of a game. It was fun. It was a lot more interesting than I thought it would be. I enjoyed it, but the Warriors, man, they look good.
They absolutely look good. I got frustrated watching the end of that game, and I'm sure there's reasons why or whatever. I guess there's reasons why. I don't know, and this isn't even a dig. This really isn't a dig. I promise you. I don't know why anybody guards Draymond Green in these late game situations. Like, he's not going to shoot, and if he does, you probably want him to shoot. And I saw Steph Curry just kind of mixing everybody up. The screen and roll game was popping down the stretch. I remember on the one play, got all the way to the bucket, finished with the left hand, nice little left hand finish. And I was just sitting there, and I think Monte Morris was guarding him one time. Another time might have been Aaron Gordon on the switch. And I'm like, why are you guarding Draymond Green again? He don't want to shoot the ball. I don't know. I just get frustrated watching that.
Maybe it's not. Maybe he doesn't want to shoot the ball, but he can. It's not like he's trash as a shooter. He's not great.
He wants to even like play the pass every time with him. And the one time they kind of did it, there was a play towards the end where there was a pick and roll in the corner. Draymond slipped it, did a great job, kicked it to the corner. The corner went to Gary Payton III, and he popped the three. That was fine. Like, I almost would have gave Draymond the layup. Like, this is the thing with the Warriors. Don't give them the threes. This is it's easier said than done, but overplay the threes. Make them take twos all game long, because what's going to happen is they're going to get thirsty. They're not going to keep taking twos forever. They're going to get thirsty and try and take these threes, i.e. the signature play, all that was the Steph Curry versus Kevin Love play after Kyrie hit the three in the 2016 finals. Like, they want the kill shot. You got to say, hey, I'm not giving you the kill shot. You can take this layup. I'm not giving you the kill shot. But that's just an observation. The Warriors are better, so it really wouldn't have made any difference. The Nuggets just simply don't have enough. And the Warriors are really good. Like, the combination of the two, they went about what it should have. 5.
That's a question I have for you. What is on tap for Denver? Is it just hang tight, cavalry's on the way, or is there something more?
I had this thought the other day. I think it's hang tight, the cavalry's on the way, number one, because they don't really have a lot of flexibility financially. They signed Porter Jr. Jamal Murray's got his money. Jokic is going to get his money. Aaron Gordon, we kind of forgot about that. He got his money from Denver as well.
Aaron didn't forget.
Aaron did not forget. But this is kind of what they're going with. And I had this thought. I want to know what you think about this. It's the nature of the beast. Mike Malone, who's a great coach, he gets a mulligan this year because of all the injuries. I think next year his job is on the line. Because at that point you're talking about, say they lose in the first round, or worst case they get to the second round. That would be one time they made the conference finals in the bubble. But other than that, what, three second round exits, 1 first round exit in his tenure?
Do you feel
like I said, I don't think it should be. I want to clarify that. I think Mike Malone is a great coach, but we're talking about Quinn Snyder and things of that nature. And we know this is how things go. If you kind of get stuck, they look for situations to say, well, I don't know if Mike Malone is the guy to get us where we want to go with the 2-time MVP and all this other stuff.
So I guess that's the question. Have they underperformed?
I don't think so. I think they've performed,
and I don't know,
but I think they've performed about what they are. They're never a championship contender. And now
but
you
is
got to
that
ask
Mike
yourself,
Malone's fault?
no, but it's never the coach's fault, really.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's never the coach's fault, but they're the one to go more times than not. And I just wonder if Mike Malone's going to fall into that. I hope not. Seems like his team loves him, plays for him. Seems like that organization loves Mike Malone. So I hope we don't get there, but I can't lie. I was thinking about that last night as they got, eliminated again. And I know this year is not going to be the year because of all the injuries.
Yeah.
But if everybody's healthy and they come back in a first round exit next year, best case scenario, a second round exit, does he survive that? I don't know.
Yeah, that's bold right there. Only because I did think about Denver. I didn't necessarily think about it in the context of Mike Malone, though. I was thinking about more of, all right, Jamal Murray. Like, is that enough? At this point, Jamal Murray's coming back.
Mm-hmm.
We hope Michael Porter Jr. is coming back, but there's more than just this recent injury that comes along with Michael Porter Jr. at all. There's been questions about him. I mean, from jump, this was the consensus #1 overall draft pick until that injury, sidetracked that draft and went to DeAndre Ayton and everything that followed. But what I couldn't figure out is, even if Jamal Murray comes back, even if Michael Porter Jr. comes back, that's enough. Like, this team's ready. This team's ready to ascend and hit that next level. You're coming off what's going to be back-to-back MVP seasons from Nikola Jokic. Again, Mike Malone, I think he's a really good coach. Like, that's it. Do we just need Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr.? Because I look and I never thought, and maybe that's because Jamal Murray wasn't there, but I never thought that the Warriors were in danger of losing this series. Like, before the series started, it was like this isn't the matchup for them.
I thought they were, but after,
you thought the Warriors were in danger?
Well,
before the series started.
Going down the stretch of the regular season, I thought it was a bad matchup with Jokic and all that.
That's true.
But after watching the first two games, particularly after the second game, I said, "Oh, there's no chance." And it's not nothing to do with, we've seen two games and it's hard. The math says it's hard to come back. It's not even that. It's just they're not beating them. It wasn't even a situation where I was like, they're not even going to go to Denver and win two games and even it up. Like, they'd be lucky not to get swept. So I'm with you. After I saw a couple of games, like, yeah, they can't beat these guys. And I was surprised that they won the one game they did, to be honest with you.
Yeah, me too.
I wonder though. I wonder what happens with Denver, because they got a good thing going. They have a good thing going, but is it a great thing? I think Jamal Murray is phenomenal, and I think him with Jokic should be great. But like I said, is it a great thing? Or is it just good? And it's just good. Is that good enough?
If it's not a great thing, if it's only a good thing, that's not Mike Malone's fault.
No, but like I said, it's never the coach's fault.
Well, I mean, Denver needs to learn from mistakes of other franchises. Like this, that's not the way to go.
How many first or second round?
Unless you really believe, you got a roster that could do, and you can acquire, and maybe you already have it in Nikola Jokic, but unless you believe you could do what Nick Nurse did.
Do you believe in those type of things? Like, coaches can take different teams to different levels than other coaches can?
Sure. I just you're gonna go find a better coach than Mike Malone, huh?
I don't know.
Like, at least with Dwayne Casey. I didn't agree with Dwayne Casey's firing. I mean, the dude was coach of the year that year, for God's sakes.
Mhm.
But you had made the decision he can't get. Essentially, he can't get past LeBron. So
Mhm.
Nick Nurse had a number of things working in his favor. Both Kawhi Leonard and LeBron James were
Right.
working in his favor his first year as a head coach, but he took advantage. You got better coaches out there than Mike Malone. You like what's your hang up? Like you're not stuck. Like Toronto was stuck against LeBron James, right? They were stuck against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Who are you? Are you stuck against the Warriors? Are you stuck? Like who are you stuck against? You're stuck from ascending to that other level. And again, it comes down to I just don't think that's on Mike Malone.
I agree with you. Right now, let's just play the game. In the West, everybody's healthy next year. Are they top 4?
Are they Sacramento's top 4?
Facts. Think Phoenix, Golden State.
So okay, I think Phoenix got another run in them. The top 4 3 straight years.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, let's hold that thought. Let's try to answer that when we get back. I want to talk about DeMarcus Cousins also, and the game that he had, what his future may look like. Because I know there were a lot of folks talking about Victor Oladipo lately, which is fine. You want to have that conversation about Victor Oladipo? I want to have that conversation about DeMarcus Cousins. We'll do that. We'll talk about the Warriors in the next
one. When I come back, Damian is done. I'm telling you.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. That's Kenny Caraway right there. We appreciate it. It's Stilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320. It looks like in the camera something on my lip is driving me crazy.
I hope so.
Man, that's long overdue. But
absolutely.
No, I just meant in terms of his future. And maybe his future, there's literally nothing there. Maybe his future should be in Denver. I mean, backing up Nikola Jokic is a pretty important gig. Yeah. Like, that's a big job.
I think that'd be a good spot for him, especially with Mike Malone, the one coach he's always loved. Excuse me.
Yeah. I sent Kenny and Jesse the non-cutaway version of Earthquake squashing the snake.
That was terrible.
It's awful.
I swear I would have been scarred.
Yeah, I can't lie. That made me laugh. Really? That's his playoff fight? Yeah, because he's never been to them here before.
The first time he got to the playoffs was with the Warriors, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And he got
hurt.
Which
when he came back from an injury. He had a huge game, like not points-wise, like the game.
The second
game. Was it game 2?
Raptors.
He was the reason they won that game.
Well, even then, he tore his quad at the beginning of the playoffs.
Right. Well, so, I don't know if he tore his quad. That's Triple H status, but he got hurt.
He did something that put a
he did something
in his quad.
Maybe he did tear it. No.
It was tough to watch. I was surprised. Like, I agree with you. I don't know how you come back in 4 weeks from that, but it was vicious.
Yeah, he was important. He was important to what the Warriors were trying to do.
Yeah, John. Bro, I'm gonna be at the Nest. I'm gonna be at the Nest next year. Who did? Oh, yeah, man. I'm gonna be at the Nest next year, man. I'm gonna be at the Nest.
We in there.
Wednesdays and Thursdays. Those are the days for day baseball. It's like all the games on the schedule today are played in the day. It's like 2 at night. And none of them like West Coast at night. 4 o'clock starts.
You know, like Hulk Hogan used to always talk about training, saying your prayers, eating your vitamin. Like I'm looking at Hulk Hogan in 1987,
Mhm.
He's really just a big dude.
Yeah, he's not ripped.
It's
He ain't
not
Bobby
like,
Lashley out there.
yeah, he's just big.
Although in the promo videos, he'd be kind of ripped. He'd have muscles.
Like when he's working out.
Yeah. Ripped maybe is a little excessive, but and what kind of tanning? That's
Dude,
not
he's
his
got
natural
the
color.
greatest tan. Like,
Yeah, that's not his natural color. Like what is that all about?
He's got the greatest tan in history. Like he is just perfectly bronzed.
That is crazy.
Like, how do you even do that?
That's crazy. How he was what, 6'6" or 6'8"?
Oh, I think he's close to like
legit tall though.
I think he's closer to like 6'4", 6'5".
You think he was that short? He looked like he about 6'6".
He's not 6'7". He's not 6'7". Like I'm
saying, like, he looks 6'6", 6'7". That's a little too much.
No, I think he's. I don't know. Maybe he was. I mean, I just remember the line. Okay, no, I feel like he's close. Maybe he's 6'6", but I feel like it's 6'5", 6'4". I just remember the line at WrestleMania 3. I mean, look at him. Hulk Hogan is 6'8". Andre is 7'5". No, neither one of them are. I don't even think Andre was 7 feet. That's the part that's wild. There's a great picture out there of Andre the Giant standing next to Wilt Chamberlain. That's like the definitive picture right there. Like they lied to us. They lied to us about Andre the Giant's height. Show already in progress here on Sacramento's #1 station for random WWE conversations. Stilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Kind of put a bow on this Warriors Nuggets. Let's, we're debating the future of the Denver Nuggets and what they may look like. But man, DeMarcus did a hell of a job.
He did.
And I don't know if that's where he's going to be in the future. I don't know what that is, man. But DeMarcus Cousins did a fantastic job.
I think that's where he should be in the future. Obviously, I'd love for him to come back to Sacramento. I'm always going to hope for that forever. But, dealing in real life, I think Denver would be a great spot for him. I don't know if he's like a starter anymore. So being the backup to Nikola Jokic would be a perfect spot for him. And when you talk about some of the things that Jokic does out there and the way Denver's offense goes through him at the top of the key, everywhere really, but at the top of the key is passing ability, being able to shoot the shot, everything like that. Boogie can do a lot of those things. So it seems like a perfect fit, not only for DeMarcus and where he's at in his career, but for the Denver Nuggets as well. So, I don't know, a multi-year deal, 1 year. I don't know, but plus he likes Mike Malone. Seems like a good fit.
Yeah, I just hope he gets another shot where he's not bouncing around from team to team. Like everybody seemed to fall in love with Victor Oladipo over his one-game performance a couple of days ago in a season in which he only played 8 games. Well, let's show that same love for DeMarcus Cousins, who backs up the 2-time MVP. I did wonder, though, you talking about Mike Malone coaching, and I'm just playing hindsight here, not second-guessing Mike Malone at all, but you're in a situation where you clearly need points. Nikola Jokic is in foul trouble. Was there any Is there a situation, given the way that Jokic plays the floor, that DeMarcus and Jokic could have been out at the same time? Could have been on the floor at the same time?
My first thought would be defensively, you might be in trouble because typically it was just Draymond out there at the as the big for the Warriors. So now you're talking about Boogie or Jokic guarding Otto Porter, Wiggins, Kuminga, that they go, super. I guess that's about as small as they would go because they get the 3 guards in there. And I mean, he could be guarding Gary Payton III at one point. Now,
there's 3 of them?
Is it? I keep saying the third. It's the second, right?
I think it's the second.
I keep saying the third. I said that last night.
Which I'm fascinated by the dynamics of like Otto Porter Jr. and Gary Payton II.
Yeah, I don't get that.
I don't know. Some people think Junior has like a negative context to it. And then you've got the Tom Brady's. where it is Tom Brady's dad's name is Tom. Tom Brady's dad's name is Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
But Tom Brady is not. Tom Brady's not a second, and he's not a junior. He's just Tom Brady.
Does the dad go by senior?
No.
My dad.
It's like Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon. They always call Vince. Some of the older guys call Vince McMahon Jr. Vince McMahon is not a junior. His name is Vincent Kennedy McMahon. Mm-hmm. His father's name is Vincent J. McMahon. I think it's Vincent Jess McMahon because his grandfather's name is Jess McMahon. So there's no junior, there's no senior, there's no first, there's no second.
Well, you're talking to somebody that lived that. My dad's name is Kenneth Caraway.
Okay.
But you don't have a middle name. I do. So
what is your middle name?
Luther.
Oh, Skinny Luther or Fat Luther?
Skinny Luther.
Were you named after Luther?
No, my mom's dad's middle name was Luther.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not a junior. Me and my dad have the same name.
The
family called me Little Ken. You know, I don't know if they call Tom Brady Little Tom, but yeah, they still call me Little Ken to this day. Come on,
well, that's because you're always 7. That's what the chat house calls you. You're 7-year-old, and like every memory that you have. 7-year-old. That was a hell of a year for Kenny Caraway. That year he turned 7, boy. He remembers everything.
Year I was 7. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I was 7 when Magic announced he had HIV.
Okay, 1991. Oh, I can see why that was a big year.
November or February?
It's November 7th.
I just turned 8.
But by the way, I was pretty hard on. They call me Magic yesterday.
Kind of went in on it.
Yeah, I finished it. Episode 4 is what I wanted out of the series. Like episode 4 was the most. It offered the most information. It offered what I needed. Like I remember, reading this book about one of Howard Bryant's books, and he talks about the black athlete and how they have to speak up today. And you look back at like the Rodney King video. Mm-hmm. In Los Angeles. Anybody remember what Magic said? Yeah. He didn't say anything. But they do show a clip of 1992 when the riots happened near the Forum. The setting was they were at a game. The announcement comes over, the Forum speakers as the game's winding down. Don't leave. Do not leave the arena under any circumstances. Just stay in your seat, stay in the concourse. Don't leave. It's because of what was going on in Los Angeles at the time. And that birthed what became the true Magic Johnson empire and the building of movie theaters and the building of, Starbucks. And they really got in depth with that story in the 4th episode. And they finally, they told an in-depth, they really in detail talked about EJ. Which I thought was important. I was like, if you skip over, like, this is all worthless if you're not going to address that.
Right.
And that was I feel like Magic was super honest in the way he talked about EJ.
Nice.
In how, his initial feelings when EJ, when he learned EJ was gay, and then everything that, from there. So the 4th episode was everything I wanted out of the other 3.
Okay.
And again, to the best of my knowledge, there's no documentary on that stuff.
Right.
There is on 1991.
Mm-hmm.
And quite honestly, they only covered the Dream Team for a few minutes. My concern was they were going to spend 40 minutes on the Dream Team. They covered the Dream Team for like 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. So they kind of, there's documentaries on all these little parts of Magic Johnson's life, but there isn't on that one. So I enjoyed the 4th episode a lot more than I enjoyed the other 3.
Well, that's good to know. I'm gonna definitely check it out probably this weekend. Well, I had started it, but yeah, it was too late at night. And then the Queen Bee, Magic is her favorite NBA player of all time. She's like, I ain't gonna watch that without me watching it. So now I gotta wait a little bit. So we'll see what
you ain't never gonna see that clip waiting for Jazz. You ain't never gonna see that show,
right?
You still ain't. You ain't still. I'll be honest though. I'm talking crazy. I haven't finished Blackish, but like I know y'all ain't even started Blackish.
The last season.
See, it has a very
like I'm not ready. What?
Yeah. It has a very like the finality is there, like you feel it, like it's coming to an end, like you've got to, it's the sitcom coming to an end. That's what it is. It's great.
It's
great, but
I just can't. I can't wait. I heard the finish is a little tough. I heard it's a little tough.
Tough as in sad or tough as in bad?
No,
oh yeah, sad. Yeah. I've debated. Yeah.
A little tough. Speaking of Magic, though, real quick, I'm caught up on Winning Time. Man, I love that show.
Yeah,
I love that show. They do a great job with that. And once again, I'm a one-man wolf pack. I thought Jerry West had another great week.
They did. Yeah. No. So yeah, Jerry had like you see more of the like intensity stuff from Jerry in the last couple of episodes, particularly the last little like stare down with Magic Johnson. Like that's like, all right.
That's why I say he kept to the stack.
Jerry's
like, I thought one way. I was wrong.
And he's trying to light a fire under Magic. But yeah, I it's good stuff.
Yeah, that reminded me of Jerry. The story goes that was kind of his pitch to Kevin Durant. Like the Warriors brought him in, and I think they brought him in. Somehow he talked to Kevin Durant during the whole courting of him in the Hamptons. The Hamptons fight. I swear, Warrior fans. Oh my gosh,
the Hamptons, let's go.
They're insufferable. They really are insufferable. They might be the worst. I haven't come across a fan base that just makes me roll my eyes more. But love you guys. But that was like Jerry West came in there. He's like, look, KD, you don't want to be like me. Essentially, is what he said. Like, I'm great. I'm, Hall of Famer and all this other stuff, and I'm the logo. And all I can ever think about is I lost 7 NBA finals. Right? He's like, you don't want that. Like, if you got opportunities to win a championship, come here, win a chip, you win the championships. Period. You win the championships. And I won't spoil the whole thing, but what he's saying in Winning Time, he said, I think about 10 points in 5 games that would have won me.
Yeah, that was a wild line.
Yeah,
that was a wild line that made me want to look up all of Jerry West's box scores. God, I was like, is that right? Is that how close these games were?
Yeah, but no, I won't spoil it for people who haven't seen it.
Y'all need to get up on it, man. We can't get through the wild first 2 episodes. It really settles in after that, man. It's a good series. I don't know when or how it's going to end, but I'm very anxious.
More episodes.
How many?
Like 2.
How the hell are they getting to that doctor's office in 1991?
They're not getting to it. Now I heard season 2's already been approved and greenlit. So.
Oh really?
Season
wait.
2.
Is season 2 about this version of the Lakers?
I don't know what I haven't read.
Because there was a rumor season 2 would be Shaq and Kobe.
Right. I think
that's why Shaq is speaking real nice about Winning Time right now. He's like, oh yeah, that was a great show. I mean, I don't like the way that they're depicting my friend Mr. West, but this is a great show. Oh, I'd love it. Yeah, let's do something with Shaq and Kobe. Oh, he's saying all the right things because he don't want to be that opening scene in episode number 2. You don't want to be that.
That's
and who the hell are you going to get to play Shaquille O'Neal?
I don't know.
Almost. What's my man's name? You get that dude to play Shaquille O'Neal.
Put him up there for sure. They've done a great job with the casting so far, though.
Flawless.
Man, oh man, they have bodied it. But yeah, that reminds me. Like I said, we got time today. Remember in game 2, the little adorable game 2 of Phoenix, New Orleans, the little adorable moment when Devin Booker hits the shot and then fist bumps the baby.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. So I remember on Inside, they got on Shaq because they're like, look at that baby. That's almost like when Sharif told you to go win one. Remember when he was like 6 months old? And Shaq goes, yeah, I looked up in the skybox. And Sharif said,
pointed at him
for me, Daddy.
The Blazers, the Blazers game.
He
told me before the game, go win it for Dad. Like, what? Didn't he say I didn't know he could talk? What?
Wait a minute. He was like 6 months old. What are you talking about?
Shaq just be lying for no reason. That's one of my favorite. Yo, that's one of my favorite inside the NBA moments ever. Who were you pointing at, Shaquille? I was pointing at Sharif. He told me before the game. I didn't even know he could talk. And Kenny immediately called BS. He's like, wait a minute.
Cap. That is cap.
That
would have made him like 6 months, bro. What are you talking about?
We looked it up the next day. Oh, no better. This is a great question from Jesse. Who's a better liar? Shaquille O'Neal or LeBron James?
LeBron.
I think so too.
LeBron is.
I ain't never seen Shaquille O'Neal
might be
on
the
page
goat
one
on the court and goat in the cap.
If LeBron James was in the playoffs right now, he would have been at some press conference on like page 1 of Viola Davis's new book.
What he said when LeBron said he watches The Godfather every day, I said, "Come on, man."
What's your favorite line from The Godfather? Oh, there's too many. No. Just one. Oh, there's just too many. I don't know. No, LeBron. Just give us one. I don't know. Take your pick. All right, buddy. All right, man.
Oh man. Yeah.
I found but I mean the meme of him blinking after the eye poke of doom when he saw all those baskets against the Golden State Warriors that's an all-timer too. That's an all-timer.
Now,
too.
LeBron is that dude. Remember when he shattered his wrist? When he shattered his wrist.
Yep. Game 7. Yep.
Bron. That's my guy.
That's what I'll say.
Too.
I don't know. Y'all keep giving Nikola Jokic these MVPs. He ain't never been on page 1 of a book during the playoffs. He ain't never been on page 1.
As Mike? I don't think Mike has either.
Well, that ends the debate then.
There it is.
Go. Mike was listening to Anita Baker for the 10th time.
Now that's crazy.
He's listening to giving you the best that I got.
Game 6 of the NBA Finals.
Imagine
Kenny Lattimore.
Imagine, look, music is so. I mean, music has different impacts on different people, right? I got a playlist for when I got to hit that god awful treadmill downstairs. But I know ain't no placebo involved. I know when dreams and nightmares come on, for some reason I'm moving faster. I'm just trying to picture the baddest dude in the world sitting, giving you the best that I got, preparing to just trash all over Patrick Ewing's head.
Mike's sitting there getting ready for the game. Game 6, Knicks Bulls. You're my angel. Oh, angel.
Didn't Russell Westbrook have a commercial that said they tell you never pregame to slow jams? Or someone had a commercial where they were talking about pregaming the slow jams. That was
I got to figure that one out.
And how would you feel all these years later? You just at home, worldwide pandemic happening. You can't leave the house, and you find out you got your ass busted by a dude who got ready by listening to Body and Soul. Like Mike ordered off of that infomercial that used to be on BET. He got the whole 4-box set. Whole 4 CD box set.
It's Peebo Bryson that's on there. I watched that thing.
Lilo, Peebo, Lou Raw, Teddy Pendergrass, Teddy P. Number 6. Yeah, that's Michael. That's Michael Jordan right there.
I'd feel like no wonder I couldn't beat him. The guy was a maniac. No wonder. Like, it confirms everything I thought. I thought I did something wrong. No, he was just a maniac.
He was a maniac. Yep. Let's see here.
Oh,
that dunk. Look at that. Shaquille O'Neal pointing to the sky.
Woo! As you look back at that video?
No, I was just remembering. It was
Who are you pointing to?
Sharif, because he was 2 at the time, and he said, "Daddy, win." I didn't even know he could talk.
What's up?
No, sure.
How would he be? You knew he could talk.
Because
your son could talk. You lived in the house with him. You knew your son could talk.
Wait,
listen. Was he at the game?
Listen,
come on.
Was he at the game?
Look, Shaq, he's cooked. He knows he's done at this point.
He thought it was just gonna go. He thought it was just gonna ride.
But he won't abandon the lie. Like he's just continuing to ride with it.
Let me finish.
You just trying to make a real great story that wasn't.
You can't keep a straight face.
Crazy that sounds.
Listen,
I'm just trying to go down memory lane with you on that play.
No,
I didn't even know he could talk.
as you know, when I come in the house, I'm real playful with the kids. So it's we just so like right before the game, he was like, he just came and grabbed me. He was like, "Daddy, win for me," and it was like, "You speaking sentences?" Like I didn't know, like he spoke in sentences.
So his first words, sentence, first sentence was "Daddy, win for me."
So anyway,
Such a liar.
I don't know that I'm buying any of this story.
Is that what I said, Kenny?
Yeah, that's what you said.
I said his first words is that. What words am I forget? That's not what I said.
You never heard him speak.
Hold on. Say it again.
Wait, you just said you never heard him speak.
I never heard him speak in perfect sentences.
Right, so that's his first sentence.
His first sentence.
Daddy, win for me. I need a new car.
This will never not be funny. That will never not be funny. Nobody. And he said he was 2 at the time.
Yeah, that's before they did the math. They realized he was like 6-7 months.
Yeah, no, he was not 2. That is just
that's some
best
funny stuff.
That is the absolute best.
Check this out. The NBA right now, currently. I was about to ask the question with Denver. Next year, everybody's healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Are they a top 4 team in the West? I don't know. And you know what's crazy? When I say I don't know, I got to put some respect on the Mavericks, Jason Kidd, Luka Doncic's name. Because, I mean, they're not going to do this again next year? Mm-hmm. I would assume they are.
Better. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I got Phoenix, Golden State, Dallas. You got to think about Memphis.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah, no particular order. I'm just saying top 4 teams. Memphis, Denver might be top 4, maybe, but would you say the odds are they won't be?
I'm gonna go no.
I'm
gonna go no. By the way, Denver 48-34, they were 6. Dallas 52-30. It's a difference of 4 games. That's what we're talking about right now. A difference of 4 games. Yo, we'll talk more about them here as the day progresses. Ant-Man, Minnesota, they get better.
I'm not putting Minnesota there yet.
Okay,
I got
Memphis getting worse
next year.
We're gonna keep Memphis in the top 4 for sure. That's a lock.
Maybe, but we're forgetting a couple of big curveballs, or one for sure.
Yeah, Sacramento, and then the Clippers. Yeah,
Clippers might be number 1 seed.
They very well might be. 42-40, only having Paul George around for a couple of minutes. Kawhi Leonard coming back.
Plus,
we always seem to forget. We always seem to forget how bad Kawhi Leonard is when he's away, and then he comes back and reminds everyone.
It is a problem. What he did last year in the playoffs against Dallas. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And what about your boys?
Okay, Lake Show. Oh, those aren't my boys.
That's not a top 4 team under any circumstances.
Nah. Do you think they're better than the Nuggets though?
No.
Remember, I'm saying everybody's healthy. LeBron and AD.
Okay, so we're no, man, that roster's got too many problems. No. I think Denver's better, but I do think Denver's going to struggle next year. I mean, I think we just look at it. Okay, Jamal Murray's coming back. Yes. Jamal Murray is coming back to playing competitive basketball in the NBA after being away for a year. Yes, hopefully Michael Porter Jr. is coming back after not playing competitive basketball. And I think unlike Jamal Murray is just coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Like his work has been done or will be done. Michael Porter Jr., his work is ongoing.
Yeah, you don't know what. Be honest with you, don't know what you're getting with
from now until eternity. You're not going to know exactly what you're going to get from Michael Porter Jr.
forever, and that's unfortunate because that's my guy. I like Michael Porter, but
for sure,
it is what it is. Like you'll never be secure with thinking Michael Porter Jr. is fully healthy or ready to go or anything like that.
I know who Denver will be better than next year.
Not the Kings.
The Utah Jazz.
Ooh, yeah.
They'll be better than the Utah Jazz because I think we're pouring out a little liquor. Not McQueen, because you never waste McQueen on the Utah Jazz, but we'll find some cheap alcohol to pour out for the Utah Jazz because this thing, I think, is coming to a conclusion for them in more ways than one. Not just talking about their series, but this way. Now you got Donovan Mitchell out with a hamstring issues, and now you got Rudy Gobert. Even his own bees don't like him.
Poor Rudy Gobert, suffering the same fate as Macaulay Culkin and my girl.
I'd like to clarify: Rudy Gobert is in fact not dead. Rudy Gobert is not dead. These situations are not the same. Rudy Gobert is alive.
Oh, poor Rudy Gobert. Just stay away from the beehive, man.
Why is Rudy the most disliked player in the league?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know.
We'll dive into.
The thing that comes to my mind, and I shouldn't laugh, is when he cried when he didn't make the All-Star.
Man, brother can't be emotional for nothing. We'll come back. We do need to, we're talking about the Warriors. We need to look ahead. I mean, they looked great last night. Can the Grizzlies or Timberwolves stop them? That's not the only series that wrapped up either. The Milwaukee Bucks put the Chicago Bulls out. Bucks and Celtics is set. We got to talk about it. We will. It's draft day. We'll dive into that as well. Here is D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. That's fine. Yeah. Some ripple.
Jazz should just be able to go away forever. Like, I don't know why they're always so good.
The Utah Jazz is arguably the stupidest name in all of basketball.
Agreed.
Like, this literally makes zero. Oh, the birthday cake milkshakes are back. Let's go, baby. Yeah, the birthday cake shakes at Burger Patch are back. Oh, that's so good. Let's get it in. Come on now. When does this start?
Let's get it in. This
starts tomorrow. All right. You won't get my money, Phil. Use my Do Some Mo promo code. Buy 5 milkshakes.
Yes.
This is we. I just don't understand, man. Like, dudes really do not like that guy. It's a true story. COVID wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Rudy Gobert. That's what I heard.
A lot, Rudy.
Yep, Rudy Gobert is the reason that the Kings didn't get to break their playoff drought. That is factual.
Since that's the case, blame him. We're not hard enough on Rudy.
Yep.
Lizzo going on tour.
Yeah. Yep.
So this is what I was going to ask. I'll ask it in the middle of the show. What are you guys' stance on naps? Like, you're like, yo, obviously we work in the middle of the day, so you don't get a nap during the day. But if you didn't, like, be like, I got to get my nap in. Or if you're on like a Saturday with nothing going on,
different.
Let me take my nap.
Yeah. So normally I'm kind of anti-nap because it's hard for me to come out of it. Like, if I fall asleep, I almost like I could fall asleep for 30 minutes and that will absolutely happen at some point on Saturday. Fall asleep for 30 minutes, right? I'll feel like I'll need to wake up and then, all right, go shower, change clothes, just like start the day all over again. And I mean, I'll feel great. Like, I'll feel great. It's just, it's man, pulling me out of a nap is tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. I don't know how them NBA dudes do it.
I like nap. I don't think I'll organically take a nap. Like, oh, there's nothing going on. Let me watch this baseball game and fall asleep for 5 innings, right? Like, that'll happen organically. But if we're out somewhere, I'm on vacation, or this happens to me and my cousin talking about, we're in Vegas, people will be like, oh man, I gotta let me take this nap real quick, re-energize, and then I'll be back out, by like 5. What? No, we ain't taking no nap. Right. Yeah, we're not taking no nap. I don't need to take a nap to re-energize. No, fine.
Yeah, normally that's not a nap guy. Not a nap guy.
Sometimes, like I said, in an ideal situation, an ideal world, yes, I would take a nap. But
With that said, though, I'll fall asleep at some point on Saturday afternoon, but it doesn't matter. Like, it's not like I'm okay, I got something to do tonight, I'm recharging. No, it's just I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, organic.
I'm not working, so I fell asleep.
That's more so where I come from.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Cole. No naps in Vegas, especially if you're there for the weekend, man. Me and my man Aceberg Slim, we talk about all the time. That's an Iron Man weekend. That's an Iron Man weekend.
Mm.
All right. You might get 5 to 7 hours of sleep.
Oh my.
It's an Iron Man weekend. We got things to do.
Okay.
In those 2 days.
Dealing with KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Want to be a part of the show? You can, 916-349-1320. Our man, Tony Edwards. Tony, what's happening, baby?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, I appreciate you today. You almost made me crash my car when you pulled up that clip of Shaq. Just Kenny, oh, man, going in. I was thinking of KC last night as Shaq was railing on, not needing a coach. I was thinking, Casey and Shaq must have been talking before the show or something because he was going off on, Doc, talking about the 3-1 coming down from, it was hilarious. But I have to mention, I'm totally with you when you were talking about Minnesota and their possibilities for next year. If Cat, who I just think is another one of those fake tough guys. Sorry, I just Cat, man. Kenny, Casey, you were totally on him yesterday when you were talking about him shushing the crowd when he's shooting a free throw. And I mean, if he can get over that stuff, let my namesake, Mr. Anthony Edwards, notice the name there. If they can let him take over, be the number one, and they get one more piece, I think they may be someone to deal with next year. I mean, I'm Kings ride or die, but Minnesota makes me a little fearful if they can get that extra piece. But man, I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all cracking me up today. So thank you so much.
So
Thanks,
love,
man.
Tony.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Tony.
it. Now, Tony said one thing. He said a couple things there that I'll address. But you talk about Minnesota getting one more piece. This is what the same thing I say about the Kings, man. In some respect. Now, obviously, the Kings don't have a good record. How many more damn pieces do you want? You got Cat. You got Anthony Edwards. You got D'Angelo Russell. Hey, man, figure it out.
Yeah,
Figure it out with that.
that's not a that's not an issue of not having
The Kings are almost
talent.
there. You could say they need another piece. But come on, man.
But the problem is
the bonus. They shouldn't. They should be better already off top.
They should be better, but they're not where because Cat's. I'm not the biggest Karl Anthony Towns fan, but Cat's ahead of Sabonis.
I think so too.
I mean, D'Lo. I don't know.
D'Lo better than Harrison?
Oh, I was going to say De'Aaron.
Oh, he's not better than De'Aaron.
No, that's who I was going to compare him to. I wasn't going to compare him to Harrison. The one I was going to say is Anthony Edwards. We ain't got one of those.
No.
How do you get that? Like, where do you get that guy from? Because that's what we need. You need the guy who walks in and while even if he isn't in that moment, he's going to be the best player on this team, and he's going to be there's internal friction. Cool, we're trading Karl Anthony Towns because we sure as hell ain't trading that guy.
Well, and here's what I will say though. I will say this. When we talk about production and numbers, it comes in a different fashion. But you know how much I love Ant-Man. It ain't like Ant-Man averaging 30. and De'Aaron averaging 24. I think Ant-Man is at 24 for the this is the postseason I'm looking at right now.
He's
Regular season. I don't think he averaged 24 in the regular season.
Okay.
And De'Aaron finished 23.2.
Okay. So
Anthony Edwards 21.3.
Let's reframe the question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get the same warm and fuzzy feelings looking at De'Aaron Fox that you do when you look at Anthony Edwards?
No, because it's different. Like they produce their points in different ways.
That's what I'm saying. But that's what I mean, though.
Mm-hmm.
You need a different type of. I'm gonna use language we're all familiar with. Sorry, you need a different type of dog, right? That's what we're always talking about here, right? That's Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree with you, but I'm just saying 23 a night is 23 a night. Like, as much as I like it better, with guy bombing threes or dunking on, I like it that. But you tell me De'Aaron Fox come in and average 23 a night next year, and he did that with a horrendous first month and a half, 2 months of the season. He was at 17 at one point, like 15 games into the season. And he cooked to get to 23 a night. That's tough. That's tough right there. 23 a night, that's nothing to sneeze. That's top 20. I think maybe top 25 in the league. He finished 23rd in the league in scoring. De'Aaron did.
Okay.
I feel like he might be the only one that didn't make the All-Star team. Look, Kyrie's in there.
Okay. This could derail the whole show. You know what? I'll put this in the back pocket. I ain't gonna say this. This could just mess up your whole world. I'll put it away because we
to win. You just gonna. Am I gonna get this cash in? When am I gonna get the cash in? We got to talk about today.
I was Minnesota. Okay, I'll ask the question then.
Yeah.
You see your boy's tweet, your boy Kyrie's tweet. John Bull tagged us in it. I send shots at the puppet masters, not the puppets. No. All puppets do is run around society trying to gain popularity and state opinions. What a life. My name is worth billions to these media corporations. My brothers and sisters who deal with this know exactly what I'm talking about. That is from your Lord and Savior, Kyrie Irving. Let me ask you a question.
I don't know what Kyrie's talking about, man. I really don't know what he's talking about. I'll just work with him, man. That ain't my boy.
Basketball wise. Is Kyrie Irving overrated?
What you mean basketball wise?
As a basketball player, I'm trying to leave. I'm trying to leave all this other stuff out of it. Is Kyrie, as a basketball player, is Kyrie Irving overrated?
No.
Okay. This started because I guess those with less intellectual stimulation were actually having a discussion about Russell Westbrook versus Kyrie Irving, which is laughable. Kyrie's career doesn't even remotely compare to Russell Westbrook. And then I started to think about other guards. What has Kyrie done? Kyrie is a very, very good basketball player. But for me, right now in this moment, this isn't reactionary to the playoff series because this would have been true last year, probably would have been true the year before. Right now, Kyrie Irving's whole career is, man, what could have been? But he gets the universal because he's really good. He gets the universal respect as if he's on the level of Steph Curry or what Russell Westbrook was a few years ago, or Dame. Like he's not. He hasn't accomplished anything. He's literally done nothing.
Well, that's not true.
Okay,
bring that back a little bit. He's an NBA champion. He averaged in that was all right. He had LeBron.
You're right. He's an NBA champion who LeBron very publicly just said, no, I'll go stand in the corner and let these guys figure out how to do it. This is why losing basketball has been played. He has read between the lines, which is what you kind of have to do with LeBron James. This is why Kyrie Irving's team has been losing while I wasn't here. They're playing loser style basketball. So let them play. When they're ready to correct that, We'll correct it and we'll get moving.
And I'll tell you this: when the biggest game of LeBron's career was on the line, who got the hell out the way and gave who the ball?
Well, I don't know that LeBron got out the way, but Kyrie absolutely hit that. Was it? Yeah, Kyrie absolutely hit that shot.
Kyrie, get the ball to Kyrie. We're switching it up, getting Steph on Kyrie. This is the matchup we want. LeBron, you're going to stand in the corner and let's go to work. Series on the line, season on the line.
Okay.
And there was no pushback.
Okay.
All right, cool. Shot gets,
Fair enough.
That's what it is.
What's next?
Well, like I said, when he plays.
But that's my point. That's my point. He doesn't.
That's why he's not looked at as greater than these guys.
But that's my point. Kyrie Irving's career is, man, what could have been? That boy bad. I mean, he ain't play enough. Not really sure he actually cared either. But, man, he could have been bad.
Aside from this pandemic thing, most of it's been injury, so can't say he didn't care.
Okay. Well, we'll find out in the years to come because I don't know.
But
I guess pandemic's over.
I look at it as, I mean, when you talk about accomplishments, he's accomplished more than Dame and Russ. Russ has an MVP.
Just because he has the title?
Yeah, he's got a title. He's got a title. And in the same situation.
Maybe he's accomplished more than Dame. He has not accomplished more than Russell Westbrook. He just has the ring. That's all he has.
In the same situation, essentially, Russ couldn't get it done. Russ was the number 2 to KD. Couldn't get it done. Couldn't hit the big shot. Couldn't bring him home. Kyrie did bring him home.
Okay. Let's
Russ has the MVP over Kyrie. He's got obviously the triple doubles and the season averages. Russ plays every game. He's the complete opposite of Kyrie. Mm-hmm. He plays every night and he brings it every single night. So he's got Kyrie on that. But they're on the same level. I mean, we can have a debate or go back and forth about who's better. I don't think there's a wrong choice, but to say he's not on their level, that's not true. Even with the amount of games that he's missed in his career.
I just don't think you can be on that level when you don't play the games. You're grading on a curve for Kyrie Irving. That's what I feel like we do with him is we grade on a curve. Oh, yeah, when he's here. You just said it like 4 times. Yeah, when he plays, he's great. I'll do you one better. When he plays, he's phenomenal. Mm-hmm. We talked about it this year. Oh, it was a good reminder. 50. Little game in between. Another 50. Drops 39 in game 1 against the best defense in the entire league. Everybody was on Kevin Durant's head about what he performed. Where was that 39 again from Kyrie Irving?
Didn't hit it. Yeah, didn't hit it.
Did it once. We get enamored with these moments from Kyrie. Kyrie, what? 11? How many games did Kyrie play at Duke?
Like 7 or 8.
It was taking like. This has been Kyrie Irving's destiny from the moment he was drafted number 1 overall. It's the same story. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's enough there. Mm-hmm. Cavs saw enough in 7 games. That's the guy. That's our guy. I mean, they were right. They were 100% right. But that's the way we still talk about Kyrie Irving today is, oh, man, Kyrie's when he plays, he's a bad dude. And we just have almost stopped acknowledging that he's barely played in 3 seasons.
How much did he play last year? I really can't remember.
We had the number. It was like 20. Was it 20 something games?
He only played that much last year. I thought
it wasn't that much.
What happened?
Remember, it was a 60. It was a 72 game season. I'll get the number for you in a second. I don't know what page I just landed on or why this looks so bad. I know it's tantalizing when someone is looking something up on. Oh, no, he played 54. My apologies. He played 29 this year, 54. It was 20 the year before.
20 year before. That was
67, 60. He played 72 games.
Shut it down where KD wasn't going to play at all. And Kyrie kind of got hurt, maybe even shut it down for the rest of the year.
First year in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
First year in Brooklyn. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. You have a chance to win 2 VIP tickets to the Golden Sky Fest, the 2-day music, beer, and food festival at Discovery Park this October 15th and 16th. Enter to win on the contest page at ESPN1320.net. You want to be a part of the show? You can. 916-349-1320. That's all. I'll put it away. I just these conversations around Kyrie are fascinating. 60 games played, 53 games played, 59 games played, 51 games played. Yeah, when he plays, he's good. When the hell does he play? Like, man, y'all would have run Kyrie Irving out of Sacramento after that year 4. Man, he don't play enough. That's not true. He played 71 and 75. That was the most that he played. It's missed 31 games, 23 games, 11, 8, 29, 22. Like, he just misses time every year. And why is that going to change now? How's that going to change?
I mean, I don't think it will. I don't think it will. That's just the nature of the beast with Kyrie Irving. The question that I have that is it's a fair and interesting question, is if he's on the same level. Like, I think, is he overrated? And you got to define being overrated.
Well, think about that question. How do we talk about Kyrie Irving? Like it's always prefaced with, when he plays, he's amazing. But we all believe Kyrie is, and I'm not talking about like what writers rank him as and what ESPN's preseason rankings of play. I'm not talking about that. We talk about Kyrie like he's in the penthouse with Jokic and Giannis and I don't know if I can't remember if we took Kevin Durant's card away or not. And LeBron,
we talk about him like that. I think everybody acknowledges he's not, though.
Okay.
I think we all acknowledge he's not. Now, when you talk about the great comparison is he in the same discussion with Russell and Dame Lillard? And I love Dame. I love Dame. Dame is cold. Dame's not. Kyrie better than Dame.
I don't disagree with that. Kyrie's probably better than Russell Westbrook.
But when you talk about accomplishments and achievements, I'm looking at it right now. Russ dwarfs them both. So maybe Russ is in a league of his own.
Yeah,
but Kyrie
Dame shouldn't be in the conversation. Because I was trying to think of another guard. I couldn't say Steph.
Well, that's what I was about to say. It probably should be Russ is in the same discussion with Steph.
Mm-hmm.
Russ and Steph are in a discussion, and then Dame and Kyrie are maybe a tier below.
Yeah, and then I guess in that sense it's Kyrie. But Dame plays. Dame plays.
Not even against each other. Just they're on their own tier.
Guard.
And I think Russ and Steph might be on a tier above them when you talk about guards.
Okay.
And I'm sure, people will try to put they'll make the argument that Steph is above Russ, and because of the 3 championships, sure. I understand that. There's
greatest shooter of all time.
I just think the accomplishments that Russell Westbrook has is enough to keep him in that conversation. He's never had the teammates that Steph had. Like, obviously he had KD, but it was just KD. He never had.
And he had a different
Clay.
James Harden.
Yeah, different James
and
Harden.
And that's coach
Adrian
of that Thunder team?
Huh?
Who was the coach of that Thunder team that went to the finals?
Was that Scotty Brooks?
Oh, that was Scotty Brooks. Okay. I like Scotty Brooks. So I'm sorry to do this. Was the mismanagement of James Harden? James Harden ultimately it was. I understand who ultimately made the decision. Like, I understand that, but when you look at some of the things, James Harden showed you what he was capable of. And like, because it made me think of this is all of the talk about Mark Jackson and Draymond Green and Andre Iguodala and some of the belief that he mismanaged that roster a little bit. And even, when Kyle was with us last Friday, we were talking about Mark Jackson. He was like, the changes that Steve Kerr made, I don't know if Mark Jackson would have made those. Of course, we'll never know. But the way that there's a belief that Mark Jackson is stubborn. He wouldn't have made those changes. He would have continued to do things the way that he did. But is this on Scotty Brooks for not we got a scorer here in James Harden. We've got to figure out a different way to use him. I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Like if the Steve Kerr to Mark Jackson had come in for Scotty Brooks, maybe the Oklahoma City Thunder situation would have been different.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if someone had stopped Sam Presti, maybe it'd have been really different.
But like I said, everybody want to praise Sam Presti. I mean,
no, that's on his tombstone.
They don't. People don't act. Like
James Harden goes on his tombstone.
People sure don't act like it.
Well,
and it should be. Like
he tried. I think that's the only thing you can. Only thing you can give him credit for is he tried. Like he was like, okay, I'll go trade for Paul George in a contract year. I'm gonna go do that.
Yeah, trying to make up for the gaffe that.
No, I get it. No one
does
that. No one does that though. No one goes and trades for, the rental, the guy who they don't think will be here. He did it, and for the briefest of moments, it was successful. We tried to get Carmelo. I'd argue Carmelo was not played right in Oklahoma City. Shoot, all this talk about Jeremy Grant. Jeremy Grant, I thought was fantastic in Oklahoma City, but there was this conflict with Carmelo. He went and got Chris Paul. They get to the playoffs that year, and then he blows it up. He leveraged it. He leveraged Chris Paul, did all that other stuff. I don't know, man. Not leveraged Chris Paul, leveraged Paul George, and got all those.
Somebody asked the question in there. Forgive me, Chatty House, for not acknowledging it, but they said, "Where's Chris Paul on this?" And I think Chris Paul is on the same level with Russell Westbrook and Steph Curry. And once again, if you want to put Steph Curry in a level of his own because he has 3 championships, that's fine. That's okay. I personally would put Steph, Chris, and Russ in the same category.
So point guards
of their time.
I agree. But Chris Paul's also, is he the best pure point guard in that conversation? Like, yeah, Chris Paul
guard is absolutely
like Chris Paul. People say that guy doesn't make this team better. Okay, spoiler alert: Chris Paul does. Like all of them. Kings win 40 games next year with Chris Paul on this team. That's not hype. That's just the nature of Chris Paul. That's what he does. Right. He improves teams that he's on. But it's because he had 4 points the other night. Yeah, but he had like 12, 13 assists. Like he's going to get involved. Like you're always going to know Chris Paul is out there. But Steph does things like his play is different.
Yeah.
The deadliest part of his game is elsewhere. Right. Not that Steph doesn't make people better like Chris Paul does, but the deadliest part of his game is elsewhere. Russell Westbrook he's a combination of a scorer and a passer. Like he's very different than those two.
We see a lot in the Chatty House right now and in the comments about Steph Curry's on a tier of his own. Do you feel that way?
That's fair. I mean,
it's fair. I don't know if I would in a tier of his own, but I understand.
He's the greatest shooter we've ever seen, right? So does that put you in a tier by yourself? I'm not against it. I'm just asking questions.
So I don't know. I don't know. But here's what I would say. And this is to be on a tier of your own. Like
honestly, I don't know. Is that a trick question? Like
a little slow, but I got it in.
We've had for me to put you on a tier of your own. That's you saying put Steph in any of those other situations and it's going to come out the same way. And I don't know if you can do that.
Okay.
Or same way or better. Like, I don't know if you could put Steph on that post-Durant Thunder team and they do better than what Russell Westbrook did with him.
Did Steph get them to the play-in game by himself last year?
Yeah, you could say that. I'm trying to think. I mean, Wiggins was all right, but
if that's the
have much
case,
going on.
no, Steph was an MVP candidate last
No,
year.
I'm talking about Wiggins didn't have that much. going on.
Okay.
Yeah, Steph was phenomenal. Yeah,
Okay.
he got him to the 8th seed. Russ got that other team to what, a 6th seed, a 6th spot?
He did.
And that's kind of what we're talking about. Like people,
then if that's the case,
away, but when we saw he didn't have that talent that he had there those other 3 years, it wasn't like, oh, they still this number one team. No, they were an 8th seed.
But if that's the case, wouldn't that put Chris Paul in a tier by himself? Wouldn't Chris Paul be the one who's like, yeah, he's the one we can't touch?
Hey, man. Hey.
Steph, Russ, they're great, but Chris Paul is the one who changes the dynamic of the team everywhere he goes.
And the facts have proved that out. Absolutely.
Wow, man, what a
you did derail us.
Man, what a
it was a good derailment.
I don't even know what we accomplished either. Like I don't know that we got anywhere.
That's what happens with like 95% of any sports debates. You come out of it saying like, what did we get out of this?
It started with Kyrie Irving, and somehow we've elevated Chris Paul to like this royal throne. I'm not sure. We'll find something else to argue about, though. That's for sure. We wanted to dive into the Boston. Look, I don't know what we're doing next. We have ideas, but it's just who knows? Just come back, have some fun with us.
If they were in the playoffs, we wouldn't have these issues.
That's right. It's D'Lo KC on ESPN 1320. Oh man.
Right.
Yeah, for real.
So I listened to Bill Simmons, obviously. He does a TV podcast, and one of the things they do is they review.
Oh, yeah.
And he did one for Winning Time with him and a couple other guys. And they kind of look at it the way I do. Like, it's like the show is what it is. Like, we enjoy the show. And they talk about, like, if you go into, you can, if you want, you can, like, Google and see how accurate it is. And then you'll see things that just, no, that don't really add up. But who cares? Like, the show is good. I'm entertained by the show. So they talk about the episode last night or Sunday. And just, McKinney, and they're like, yeah, he was never that close to coming back. Like, it was never like, I'm gonna be back here. But like,
right. Yeah, that's
no way.
Yeah. I knew that too. Like he got they haven't done, like he gets fired like during the finals. Like he's never like he's not like from what I understand about the situation, he was in really, really bad shape.
No.
And when he like showed up, I was like, oh, I have misread this situation. And I had to look it up again, and it was like, oh, ain't it?
Not close.
Oh, that's gonna be crazy.
I bet you Pat Riley gonna be standing right at the door too.
By the way that this show goes, like he'll be on the sidelines coaching during the finals, and they'll be like,
and they talk about
Texans. The Texans may reportedly look into acquiring either Baker Mayfield or James Garoppolo.
I thought they were going after Deebo.
I think Deebo is sitting there in New York. I can't wait for the promo pictures of Zach Wilson and Deebo. That's what I'm here for.
The other thing they talked about, which the basketball nerd in me, I already knew this one, but the doctor way rocked the baby to sleep. That was like 3 years later.
He did not do that on Irvin Magic Johnson either. Yeah, he did not do that on Magic. Yeah.
That was like in 1983.
Yeah, no.
Oh, the doctor way rocked the baby to sleep.
That did not happen.
I feel like it is. I feel like there's probably some other shows like that, but I can't remember one like this. I can't remember one like this. I want to see more. Well, they had the Bronx is Burning. The Yankees in that summer, whatever, 68 or whatever, 70 something. I don't know. I'm telling you, I want to see more. Give me more. Oh man. Oh man. You want to talk about Dr. Buss.
Man. Wait till it get to that scene with him and his coaching assistant's wife or his assistant coach's wife. That'll be something.
Oh no.
It was really nothing. The whole thing lasted a couple of seconds. I believe that was his line to defend it.
Oh no. Yeah, somebody, I think this is what you're talking about, but the Perelman could do his Cowboys book for a show.
Boys will be boys. Yeah. That 100% would be the opening scene. Absolutely. Michael Irvin stabbing the dude in the neck. Stilo and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Contrary to popular opinion, we have not dipped into our stash to start this day. Though after that conversation we just had, it might help.
Yeah, well, I mean, those conversations, they are necessary. They're absolutely necessary.
Well, they're fun. Again, I don't know that we solved anything, but it's fun. Then we spent the commercial break creating TV shows, which is awesome. You know how much we love Winning Time, and so we're trying to figure out what to do next. And someone said here, was it Robbie? Yeah, Robbie Foster said, what would the football equivalent be, the 90s Cowboys? Yep, it absolutely. Think of how much weed, cocaine, and women would be involved with the 90s Cowboys. And then Jesse at the line, perfect. You just used Jeff Pearlman's book, Boys Will Be Boys, and opening scene, Michael Irvin stabbing a guy in the neck to get out of the barber chair, and we're off and running.
Goodness gracious.
And you don't have to look that one up to see if it's true. I promise you, that happened.
I can guarantee you that happened.
That's true. Hey, Nate Newton's on that. Boy, there'd be weed everywhere. You got Mike in the
Bam, they had a place called the White House.
Man.
Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Tony Edwards, when he called in earlier, he mentioned inside the NBA last night with Shaq, and they got into the Doc Rivers discussion, and Shaq was saying, coaches don't matter. Coaches don't matter. Did you see that whole exchange?
I did.
Your thoughts?
Well, I have a lot of them. I get it, by the way. Like I always completely understand your point of it falls on the players. Like I'm quick to blame James Harden for his poor playoff performances, while in the same breath, I'll blame Mike D'Antoni for his. I understand that makes absolutely no sense when you consider Mike D'Antoni was coaching James Harden for many of his playoff failures. But, when you fail at that level, especially when you're thought of that highly, and that's ultimately what this boils down to, right? It boils down to Doc Rivers is a championship coach, greatest championship of all time, according to a handful of people in Boston, and Jesse. And he has that title. So he has that, Doc is, I don't know, here we go again. He's an upper echelon coach, in my opinion. Yes. And I think that's what this boils down to when you're in that level of being an upper echelon coach, but you've had some catastrophic failures. Yeah, it's gonna be elevated a little bit when you're James Harden and you win an MVP award and you beg for like 3 others. Your playoff failures are going to be magnified. There's blame for everybody, but man, and this isn't fair. I'm just trying to use it as an example. When you see late game execution like you did from that young Minnesota Timberwolves team and Chris Finch, it's hard not to look and go, man, why couldn't the Clippers execute late? And I think some of Doc's points were valid. Like, so, you know, I don't know why he threw his entire Orlando Magic team under the bus, but you know, Chris Paul had injuries, like Blake Griffin had injuries. Man, I understand all of that. When you start talking about blowing 3-1 leads over and over and over and over again, and I don't know how you escape that. I don't know how you can't take the blame for a lot of that stuff. I think you can tell. I think we could do what Doc said. You could tell the whole story, and it can still be your fault. Like a lot of it can still very much fall on you.
Yeah. Nah, and I understand. You know, we talk about, you know, I say coaching doesn't matter. It doesn't not matter. Like it matters. You need a good coach for sure.
I would hope so, Coach Caraway.
Yeah, you need a good coach. But at the end of the day, especially at that NBA level, you know, the talent wins out. Like you're more, for the most part, not going to teach these guys anything. You know, at least you shouldn't. You shouldn't. Like, these guys have been playing basketball for 20 years. They've had numerous coaches. They should have been watching.
I think there are things that you learn as a professional from a coach. Maybe you don't. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not shooting form or defensive form. But I think you learn stuff from your professional coach.
Have you been in the league?
Maybe
for
not in
6,
Sacramento, but you know, in other places.
Have you been in the league for 6, 7 years? Like, what is Harrison Barnes going to learn from a coach that he shouldn't already know? He went
so
to
maybe
Shaq. He's been in the league 8 years. He's been in playoffs. He ain't gonna teach him.
He also played for Steve Kerr. You know, he played for Rick Carlisle. You know, he didn't play for, you know, Jim Boland or Nate Bjornson. You know, like he played for some upper echelon coaches. So maybe for Harrison at this point, he's not. If the right coach comes in here, I think De'Aaron can learn something. Like, I think De'Aaron can learn. I think
they can learn something. I'm not saying that to say they can't, but what I say is it doesn't outweigh them just playing better, being more, having more attention to detail in their games and what they do. Defend better.
Yeah, I understand. But sometimes sometimes it needs to be more than defend better. Okay, what do I need to do? Well, you need to hedge over here or stop drifting so far to the middle, stay over to the left. Those are the types of things that you need. Like, it's a coach is, to me, no different than any other boss. Like, we know how to do a radio show. Yo, Danny in San Francisco, PDX, they help us a lot. They just in its guidance. It's like, yo, why don't you try this? Been doing radio for, you know, on and off for the better part of 15, 16 years. I learned a lot from Danny, a ton. Even being in this business all this time, I learned a lot from Danny.
Yeah.
That's the same thing as a coach. Like, I need to play defensive. I need to play better defensively. Okay, what does that mean? What do I need to do? What am I doing wrong? Well, we need to execute plays, but execute offensively. Okay, what do we need to do better? That's the job of a coach. Like, we laugh at Steve Kerr, sideline Steve. Rebounds guy, or not Steve Kerr, Steve Nash, sideline Steve. Talking about rebounds, guys. Okay, we're doing good. Kyrie hits back to back. Let's get rebounds. Okay. Really? Kenny's right. Y'all are useless. Like, that can't be what goes on in these huddles. Telling these dudes to get rebounds. Like, no. And I your take with Shaq's is valid. It does fall on the players, but man, it's if a coach continuously fails in the same situations, it's hard for me to not look like, what is Doc doing? I don't think Doc is losing this series. I don't think the Philadelphia 76ers are losing these series. Man, I need an explanation if he does, though. He's allergic to closeout games.
No, this is for sure. I agree with that 100%. And I understand and agree with a lot of what you say. My whole thing is, and it's not across the board. Like, there are bad coaches They're just bad coaches that like this guy isn't helping me at all. Bad coaches. It's bad program directors, I guess. Luckily, I have
There are. Yeah,
right.
they ain't here.
You can't win with these guys, right? So I get that. But for the most part, like if this show became a failure with Danny in San Francisco and with PDX being the quote unquote coaches here, like with them doing what they do, I wouldn't look at it and be like, man, it's their fault. I'd be like, well, what did I do to make this show sink or something like that? You know what I mean? Or same thing on the basketball court. Not to say that the coaches and everybody couldn't have done something differently, but like Shaq talked about yesterday, the first thing I'm gonna do is what did I not do to handle business? I wasn't on the boards, or I lost focus, or whatever the case may be. That's first and foremost. And then after I address that and acknowledge that, then maybe I'll be like, well, man, what kind of scheme were we in? Or who was in there? What kind of plays were being called? Yeah, that needed to be changed a little bit. But I'll be honest with you, the type of person I am, whatever the plays are called, I would just probably be like, I got to execute it better. I got to even if it's not the best player, the best scheme, I've got to overcome it and figure out a way to make that work. That's my job as a player, and in Shaq's case, one of the best players on the team. That's just the outlook. That's all it is.
And every single one of those points is 1,000,000% valid.
Some of you guys, though, not me and Shaq, but some of you guys would. I know how you guys would sound, and I don't even know if Damon is in this situation. Maybe he is. I don't know, but I know how some of you guys would sound. I got sound of how you guys would sound in these situations where teams just lose. This is what you guys would sound like.
Players, this is not on you.
So listen.
This is not on you. Players, y'all did everything. Y'all gave your heart. Y'all did everything right. It was the coaches. The coaches. Listen up. This was the coaches' fault. This was not one of y'all fault.
That little boy needed his ass whooped so bad. I swear. That little boy needed a whooping.
I came across that this morning. I said, this little badass.
That boy needed to be whooped for that. Hey, wildin'. That's an all-time internet clip. That's an all-time internet clip right there.
It was the coaches.
On the
you did everything you could.
It's
on you.
Man, that's such a piece of work right there. Now on the other end, Mike Budenholzer, he's 7-0 in closeout games. He said, check that. He's 7-0 in closeout games with the Bucks. He's 10-0 if you count Atlanta. So
How
if he's got it,
when he can close teams
when he can close out.
Yeah.
So I guess he's the opposite of what Doc Rivers is right now. But that made me think of something. Remember when Bud was going to be fired?
Man.
Remember that?
The way we were writing Quinn Snyder's coaching eulogy in Utah, we were doing the same thing for Milwaukee last year.
Damn near right there for it. You absolutely were. But you weren't the only one.
Mm-hmm.
There was, I mean,
I think he would have been gone. Like if they would have lost to the Nets, he would have been gone.
And they didn't. And they get to the finals. And now, I mean, some people think the NBA finals, or at least the Eastern Conference finals, are about to take place here Sunday at 10 o'clock.
It might be the NBA finals. It might be.
Oh, okay. Before we get to that, they stayed with Mike Budenholzer. Mm-hmm. And then like that got me, Shaq and Doc. And the thing about Mike Budenholzer, I said, wasn't Kobe Altman on the hot seat once? Hold it up. Sure enough. Cavs may look to move on from Kobe Altman. Oh, Kobe Altman's seat's getting a little hotter. You think they're glad I don't have to ask you if you think you're glad they stuck around with him, because they signed him to a contract extension. It's worked out for everybody. And I just kept thinking of the clip that Jesse put on social media yesterday where James Ham is talking about the Sacramento Kings need to be thinking about who the head coach of their team is. for the next 8 to 10 years.
Mm.
And I know that's impossible for us to think about as Sacramento Kings fans, but not only the next 8 to 10 years for the coach, we need to think like, Monty McNair, we've got to approach this. And I'm talking about not us as Kings fans. I'm talking about Vivek Ranadive. Vivek, Monty McNair is going to be here for a long time. This is the group that's going to provide that stability that this franchise desperately, desperately needs.
All right. Wow.
You got to stick through that stuff. I mean, I know there's a million other things at play when it comes to Mike Malone, but they fired Mike Malone.
To your point, I had this thought the other day, and I'll ask James about it yesterday because I think I was tomorrow because I think I was listening to the Kings beat when I came to this realization. But my whole thought of you don't make the playoffs this year, this becomes 17. Everybody's got to go. I don't know if you can do that in Sacramento. I don't know if you can do that because you're just perpetuating a cycle. And there's a part of me that absolutely feels that way. But there's also another part of me that's like you just mentioned, you got to give somebody a chance. You got to give Monty a chance. You got to give him time to execute his plan and his vision. I don't know if you'll have any control over the players like Fox and Sabonis. They may just, they got more control over that with their contracts.
The Kings aren't going to have any control over Domantas Sabonis at all.
Right. But as far as Monty goes and Wes Wilcox and hell, the coach, you almost have to ride with that.
You got to stick this out.
You got to ride with that till the wheels fall off for the next, what would you say? Really, if we're being fair, and I know fair is a place where they judge pigs, but if we're being fair, when would Monty be on the hot seat? Mind you, he's going to sign. I know you count Luke Walton against him. I'll say he's going to sign his first coach this offseason.
I'm with you. I don't count. Yeah, I tend to tentatively count Luke Walton against him because, it's the Kings. We just don't know for sure that was his call. I think it was, but we just don't know for sure. Jesse makes a great point here in the chat. Monty's time in Sacramento ends if Sabonis doesn't extend. I'd say, you're hiring this coach. Monty McNair's hiring this coach. If it's still a problem in year 3 and there's there's no trajectory moving up, that's I think 5 years of Monty. I think 2, right? Plus 3.
That sounds fair. And you line it up to get them both out at the same time.
Yeah, and we'll talk to James about this tomorrow. James was on the Deuce and Mo podcast earlier, and that was something that James brought up. Monty McNair signing an extension, and Deuce asked a question that I didn't realize there was so little clarity on. Is it sounds like we don't know exactly when Monty's contract's up, because Deuce asked, "Is this the last year of Monty's contract?" And James didn't definitively know. He says like it's kind of been murky trying to figure that out. So, again, we'll talk to James tomorrow about this for when he joins us in the 3:00 hour. But yes, those two need to be linked together, because if you do have to move on from Monty McNair, the next general manager needs to be able to hire their head coach. Of course, this is not what we want, but the point is you've got to give these guys a real opportunity to fail. Because if you jump out too quick, you could miss out. The Bucks could have missed out on their championship. The Bucks could have missed out on where they are right now. The Cleveland Cavaliers could have missed out on the draft that they had and the season that they had and the rebuild that they're going under and how quickly it's accelerated and the position that they're in to grow in that Eastern Conference. You could have missed out if you got itchy with Kobe Altman and pulled that trigger.
Yeah.
916-349-1320. Let's talk to Scott, man. Scott, what's happening, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Scott. What's going on, man?
not to pile on just briefly, but you just said, Damian, you got to give them a chance to fail.
Yeah.
I think bringing them to sack gives them about the best chance to fail that you could possibly give them.
That's very true.
That's not why.
That's unfortunately very true.
Here's the reason I called you. You guys were talking about the value of the coach. And Casey, just to kind of remind you, Christie was in the league for 7 years before he got here. And he will always say, I didn't learn how to play basketball. He said, I knew how to shoot, I knew how to dribble, but I didn't learn how to play basketball until he got to Sacramento.
Yeah, for sure.
And then another thing that's just kind of random, but I guess I didn't know that on a kick ball, the shot clock resets to 14.
Yeah.
Why don't we see more guys when they're desperate at the very end of a clock shot just bounce the ball off their defender's shoe?
Well, I'll tell you this because it's one of the more frustrating things in the world for me. It really is. Like, it really pisses me off. All right. Because there has to be intent to kick the ball.
Mm-hmm.
At least there should be. That's the way it should be called. Intent to kick the ball for it to be ruled a kick ball. But
like
so
when Chris Paul
times,
kicked Alvarado.
it's snitches out here.
Yeah. Yeah, the what's it called? The Alvarado creep. That's the Chris Paul kick. Chris Paul kick been around for years.
But so many times I see these refs, and boy, the refs really bother me sometimes. They really do. Where somebody will make a pass and they'll throw it. They'll try to make the pass. They're not trying to hit somebody's foot, but it goes off a foot. And they'll call kick ball. And I'm like, bro, he just threw it off my foot. That's not a kick ball. I have to be trying to get my foot out there and kick for it to be. It's not a kick ball. It bothers me. It really does. It bothers me because they need to be smarter than that.
Is it like the intent of like the out of bounds? Even though,
I mean, whoever thought that play last year in the finals was really out on Devin Booker, they just need their head examined.
Well, sign me up with whatever therapist you want to, because Devin Booker touched the ball last, and therefore it's Bucks ball.
No, it was the Clippers. No, it was not. The Pat Bev was dead wrong.
Wasn't the final few minutes of that game like 40 some odd minutes long?
Yeah.
I remember timing. It was in like, I think the final seconds were 17 minutes.
Yeah.
Man, Chris says over on YouTube, we found Kenny's sore spot. Kenny got a lot of them when it comes to NBA rules.
Just like the other day, I was watching the game, and it was the Nuggets and Timberwolves. And I think it was Ja was on a fast break, and he made a move, did like a little Euro step, and then he was like leaning sideways. He was literally like parallel to the ground, and like he did that with the defender kind of in his way or whatever, and they called it a block. But I'm watching the play. I'm like, oh, I know what he's going to do. He's going to just kind of flail to the side and try to get up there and get a shot up there. Don't fall for it. Don't bail him out. He's not doing anything that is a real basketball move where he's really trying to do something. He's anticipating, if I just throw my body around and make any kind of contact with this defender, they'll call it a block. Sure enough, block call. Be smarter than that. Act like you've watched basketball before. That's the whole thing when I was flopping. If you would stop calling it, they'd stop doing it. And then on the flip side, how many times this year did we see Davion Mitchell take a shoulder right in the chest, not fall? He didn't fall back. He took it like a man, and it was a clear charge, and they didn't give him the call. This is why people flop around all the time. These NBA refs, boy, they be getting me hot. They be getting me hot.
916-349-1320 if you want to discuss who Kenny hates more, NBA coaches or NBA officials.
It's absolutely NBA officials. They're suckers. NBA officials are suckers.
You all bought it. You all bought it. Hook, line, and sinker.
This is what I would say.
Players, this is not on
Okay.
you. This is not on you. Players, y'all did everything. Y'all did your heart.
It's on the refs. It's on the refs. Oh, it was the refs. Goodness gracious. We'll continue to discuss Kenny Caraway's hatred of things as D'Lo and KC continues. It is the NFL draft tonight for just about everybody. Unfortunately, not for the San Francisco 49ers. Or is it?
Better
not
not
even for the Las Vegas Raiders. We'll talk about some of the different rumors that are going on out there as we continue. We'll talk Bucks Celtics at some point, but something will inevitably derail us as D'Lo and KC continues on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Are you drinking a Coke?
Yeah. You know, I didn't buy it. It's
That's
in the
right.
house. So
It's in the house. Those are the rules.
That was got to
Those are the
happen.
rules. It's in the house. They gotta be had.
They have a list. Oh, I lost it. Oh, there it is. A list of everyone who will be announcing the second round picks for the respective teams. So we got an
49ers have 2 or 3 tomorrow.
second round picks.
Yeah.
I think I'm only seeing 1.
Oh,
I could be wrong though, because this is just a list of people. So maybe they have 2, and Eric Armstead is a Niners guy. Maybe he's just going to announce 1, and then Goodell announces the other. But
that's funny.
let's see who's doing the Dolphins.
Yeah.
I've seen this. Larry Zonka, good knowledge.
Man,
Simeon Rice doing the Bucks. Billy White Shoes Johnson. It seems like they get him every year, but he's doing the Titans. Isn't he a Cowboy? Oh no! What? Well, actually, I said that about 5 minutes ago.
I got no comment, man.
White shoes with the Oilers. I thought, who's the dude for the Cowboys then? Isn't there white shoes for the Cowboys? Because they actually wore white shoes. Steven Jackson, not that Steven Jackson for the Rams. Darrelle Revis for the Jets. You know, we kind of are missing out not being in Vegas this week. And it kind of sucks that they're not going to Vegas again for a while. They're going to,
Let's go, Cutting Pete.
they're going to Cleveland.
Let's go, buddy.
You guys home?
Round of applause for our man, Cutting Pete.
Good.
Cutting Pete. Best wishes to you, man. Hope everything goes smoothly. Hope everything goes well for you.
Oh man, Cutting Pete.
We need
Cutting
all the chatty house members we can get.
Yes,
Bring
sir.
them in here.
Oh, that's a great point, Jesse. That's a great point.
Where is that party at?
Around the corner from you. Around the corner. It's in his neck of the woods.
I'd bet you a healthy amount no one paid for that.
Fake it till you make it. Been there, done that.
The Saturday night's main event is on where Jake the Snake drops Ricky Steamboat flat on the concrete and just knocks him completely unconscious.
Yikes.
And he drags him in the ring and puts the snake on him, and Ricky is just gone.
So let me
Like
check.
borderline dead.
What do you got, like a premium peacock? Is that
Yeah, that's going. That's going on the soundboard right there. That's going on the soundboard right there. Man.
Oh, man.
Hey.
Come on.
Run that back. Yeah, go ahead. Shoot that to me in the audio file.
Come on, man. Come on. Come on, man.
Hey.
Come on, man. Oh, man. Come on, man.
Oh, man.
Come on.
Hey.
Hey, you can't say nothing.
Hey, you want to run that question back for the radio audience real quick? Odyssey 1320 AM. You want to run that question back real quick, or you just want to leave that out there in the YouTube universe?
Well, they need to change the name of this app, man. Like, they got to change the name of this app.
Hey. Oh no, man. Kenny.
I got real tears, man. Come on, man. They got to change the name.
Kenny asking the hard-hitting questions over there during the commercial break.
Oh, man, they got to change the name, man. They got to change the name.
All right. Let's get yourself together. You're a professional. Got a radio show to do here.
Was the NBC streaming channel.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That app.
Yep.
Do you have
a premium,
higher
premium version?
That thing. Sometimes when you say something's on, it's not on mine.
No, it's on demand. Like, it's not the channel that's playing. It's just the on demand. I just clicked on like something and just to play it because I like having it play in the background. And I don't really like having the NFL. I don't really like having the ESPN stuff in the background when it's running like football stuff because you see the wrong headline on the screen. You wondering what the hell is going on.
Gotcha.
Miss P wants to know. But you asking about the paid version? You asking about the paid version? Is that what you're asking?
No more.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh yeah, that's gonna live. If you missed it, don't worry. It's headed to the soundboard ASAP. I have to.
Oh man, me and Chuck had rough weeks, man.
All right, man. We here though. We here. We appreciate you for being with us. It's Stilo and KC. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I do feel it's important to point this out. We have not dipped into that stash early here today, although it may come across that way at times. The NFL draft is tonight. We'll talk about that coming up. Some things to potentially keep your eyes on, though, as we learned last year, really as we learn every year, really as we learn with everything that involves the National Football League. Don't believe anything until it actually happens. We're talking a lot of basketball today. Bucks and it wasn't just the Warriors that closed out last night. The Milwaukee Bucks did as well. And you kind of doubled down. You had said this behind the scenes. We haven't brought it to the show yet, but you even expanded on what you said behind the scenes a moment ago. You asked this morning if the Eastern Conference Finals are starting Sunday at 10 a.m. with the Bucks and the Celtics. Let me rephrase that. Well, the actual question you asked is, the Eastern Conference Final, like, is the winner of this series coming out of the Eastern Conference? And just a moment ago, you said the NBA champion might be coming out of this. Series.
Oh, I'm getting those type of vibes, man. I'm getting those type of vibes because I'm looking at it right now. And I don't know. You guys tell me what you think. I don't know if anybody in the West is better than Boston or Milwaukee.
I mean, Golden State looks good to me. Phoenix.
They look good. But then you also got to, and this is a big assumption on my part, considering they're just, we ain't even getting no day-to-day reevaluate. We're just, Chris Middleton's out. for the series. Like he ain't coming back.
Yeah.
So, but I'm saying if they get to the finals, maybe Middleton's back, Giannis, all this other stuff, Milwaukee can get in there, and then obviously the way Boston is playing right now, if they dispose of Brooklyn, Milwaukee, and Miami, I mean, the Warriors got something for them.
I mean, the Warriors.
If Boston got to the finals, I would not pick Phoenix or Golden State to beat them at that point. After what I'd seen over the last month, like, nah, ain't nobody beating these guys this year.
I feel that way right now. These are the two teams, the Bucks and the Celtics were the two teams that I thought one of these teams would come out of the East.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to discount Miami. I'm not going to discount Philadelphia. I'm not going to discount these other teams, but these are the two that one of these two, whoever wins this series is the team that I'm hoping is coming out of the conference and is in the NBA finals. I don't know, man. I think Golden State's in a good groove right now. Devin Booker, there's, unlike Chris Middleton, Devin Booker, they're already watching day to day. They're talking game 6 and game 7 if that's necessary. Of course, Phoenix wants to just get this over with as soon as possible and see what kind of rest Devin Booker can get and get him out there on the court. And then you still have a series before you'd potentially have to have that Phoenix Golden State series. I may feel differently as the playoffs go along, and we are the rare sports personalities that reserve the right to change their opinion and not bury their feet into a particular take. I really do like Boston and Milwaukee, and I like Boston more than all of them. I think their defense is a difference maker. Now, I think it's a massive difference maker when you're going against the Milwaukee Bucks. It's even more massive when you're going against the Milwaukee Bucks without Chris Middleton. What will always remain my concern, whether it's for the Bucks or for the Boston Celtics, but I'll use the Celtics in this example. As great as their defense is, as game-changing as I think their defense is against Philly, Miami, Brooklyn, Milwaukee, we spent a good 30 minutes talking about them earlier. I don't know what defense you put out there that slows down Steph Curry. And if now you have, you're going to need Jordan Poole to kind of regain that Steph Curry is out form, or Steph Curry is minute. You're going to need that Jordan Poole, Steph Curry minutes restriction form again. You're going to need him up there in the 20s. You're going to have to make Ime Udoka adjust during the game. You can't, like, Udoka can't come out. The Boston Celtics can't come out with a game plan for Steph Curry that works and Kerr can adjust to. Like, I don't know. I need to see Steph Curry locked down before I can count them out. Or Steph Curry, it's tough to lock Steph Curry. I'm going to need to see him restricted a little bit, if you will.
I understand that. I think they would match up well with Golden State as far as what they could do to slow them down defensively. I know we talked about this a couple days ago when it looked like, I think it's probably after Boston won the series, and it looked like same thing was about to happen with Milwaukee. And I said, I'd go with Milwaukee. I don't know, man. I think I'm running that back, man. I think I'm running that back. I think Boston.
Because of Chris Middleton?
Yeah, Chris Middleton, big X factor there for me. I think Boston might get this one. Jesse, no cap, man. Boston might be the best team in the league right now. Yeah.
Yeah, they've been their turnaround has been extraordinary, and
if Tatum is playing the way he's playing offensively as well, man, who's messing with Tatum?
But go ahead, Jesse. And you're going to have a healthier Rob Williams here, which is important. And the guys who have been stepping in for Rob Williams have played really well. You know, the guys who have minutes have gone up and have had to make some plays and have had to score points and grab rebounds and defend. They've been able to do that. But I really think the key to this team is their defense. You know, it's part of what, which is the caveat. They didn't win, but it's part of how Phoenix got where they got last year. It's part of where Phoenix is where they are right now. Like the performances they get from Devin Booker on the offensive end, and you get contributions from Mikal Bridges and DeAndre Ayton and all that. That's all great. Defense was their hallmark.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly how I feel about Boston right now. Watching Boston, as this season started to come to a conclusion and they were involved in some big games, it's like, man, their defense is what separates them from these other teams. And I'm with the assessment that right now, as the second round is getting ready to begin this weekend, the Boston Celtics are the best team in basketball.
Mm-hmm.
But it'll be interesting to see. I think both Memphis and Minnesota. Yeah, I think Memphis and Minnesota are both better than Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Just the version of the Denver Nuggets that the Golden State Warriors played.
That Denver team was probably the worst team in the playoffs.
I mean, because it was Jokic and Jokic only.
Yeah.
Which quick sidebar, which we all know that's a lot. It's going to go on for 15 minutes. DeMarcus Cousins said yesterday that next to Russ, Nikola Jokic is the most disrespected MVP. Do you agree with DeMarcus?
I'm trying to think of other MVPs.
Well, my immediate reaction was, the media loves Nikola Jokic. Like, well, I don't think that's true at all.
Yeah, he must be talking about like NBA Twitter, maybe, because they don't always believe in Jokic, but like you said, everybody typically loves Jokic. The media,
I mean, maybe DeMarcus doesn't strike me as a guy who's still wrapped up in the social media world. So I would have loved like clarity on that, because I feel like announcers, writers, voters. He's about to win a second one. They love that dude, man.
Yeah. So I disagree with that. It's just like what he's saying. I don't think anybody necessarily disrespects him.
Yeah.
No.
It's a good point by Sean, though. It's a good point by Sean. Sean says NBA Twitter only loves Tyrese Halliburton and Talen Horton-Tucker. That's true. That's very, very true.
Somebody mentioned earlier when we were talking about the point guards, and they were like, you guys were forgetting to mention that Tyrese is above all of them.
Ah, good point. There's the tier that Chris Paul is in alone, but Tyrese Halliburton, Indiana Pacers, Tyrese Halliburton is in the tier above that, because he definitely was that in Sacramento. But when he got traded to Indiana, he became the greatest point guard in the history of the game.
Yeah. This is gonna be an interesting series. Man. And I just think Boston. One thing that you talk about there is like Boston and their defense. And I'm just a believer that if that's your foundation, if that's what you always fall back on as your defense, you can go a long way. Because offense, you're going to have good scoring nights, bad scoring nights. But if your defense shows up every single night, which is what Boston does, you can go a long way.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. You just came out of a series with Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. And you were able to, I'm not going to rehash this conversation, but people have feelings about the way Kevin Durant played in that series. I have feelings about the way Kyrie Irving played in that series, but we saw moments from each of them. The Warriors, they're significantly better than Brooklyn, right? Collectively, like they're better.
Yeah, they got more. They got more on the roster, for sure.
They're more dangerous offensively, though. We didn't see that last night, excuse me. And maybe certainly some credit goes to Denver for that. It felt like the Warriors hit a cold stretch too late where they couldn't. It felt like they had a chance to kind of maybe not put the game away, but it wouldn't have wound up what it was, and they couldn't hit shots. They were off on everything. They were making extra like everything looked beautiful in terms of movement, but the shots just weren't falling. Yeah. But to me, that's still a really dangerous offensive team. You're hoping for a big performance from Jordan Poole. You're probably starting to get more confident you're going to get a big performance from Klay Thompson. and then you got Steph. And then that right there, you know, with what Andrew Wiggins does and what Draymond Green is capable of doing, it's going to be tough. Ime Udoka's. I mean, we've booked the NBA Finals here. We've booked the NBA Finals. Should this NBA Finals happen, like this is, you know, Ime Udoka's going to have to figure some things out because, like, I'm assuming out the gate is Draymond on Tatum. So you're going to have to work to figure out how to.
Oh no, he ain't guarding Tatum.
Who is
Draymond.
Wiggins?
Yeah, Draymond don't venture on the perimeter.
He'll guard. Okay.
He'll guard Robert Williams and kind of be a floater. He'll guard Al Horford, be a floater. He ain't guarding Tatum. Tatum will take him out into them deep waters and get him in foul trouble or blow by him, one of the two.
If they're playing small, though, does that would that work? Could you drop Clay back? No, you couldn't drop. Could you drop Clay back to make up for Draymond if he played out?
Drop him. What you mean? Drop
down
him back?
towards the basket.
Probably. That's what you would try to do.
Then Clay would get in foul trouble.
That's what you would try to do, and then you'd have a problem on the boards. I think the Warriors would have the same issues on the board than that the Brooklyn Nets had against Boston.
Would you put Clay on Tatum?
Yeah, that ideally would be the case. Wiggins and Clay would take whoever, like Brown and
Tatum
would be matched up with Wiggins and Klay Thompson. The problem with that is Klay Thompson not the same dude he was defensively.
Yeah.
And that's what you worry about.
Yeah.
And then Jordan Poole, you know, you throw him in there. So I'm thinking of a closing lineup for the Warriors because last night Jordan Poole didn't close the game. So that'll be interesting to see how you go about that. Because if you feel like you need another perimeter defender, you're going to go with Gary Payton II. But if you feel like the offense is more what you need, you go Steph, Poole, Clay, Wiggins, and Draymond. And not only are they like small inside with that, Jason Tatum 6'9". Jason Tatum will go get a rebound. Jason Tatum will get on the offensive boards, or you know, he's not no little dude. So they create problems for any team offensively. Milwaukee's going to have some decisions to make with what they want to do with their lineup without Chris Middleton in there.
916-349-1320. If you want to be a part of the conversation. Ryan, what's happening, my brother?
What's going on, guys?
What's up,
I
man?
got a question.
Yep.
It might sound blasphemous, but at what point are we going to start putting Steph, start considering him as the greatest point guard of all time?
Some people would say that right now.
Well, man, that's tough.
At Steph as a point guard, but I mean that's his quote unquote position.
Yeah.
But he's almost like how we talk about LeBron and Jordan. Like we don't think of Mike as just the greatest two guard of all time. He's just the greatest player of all time. Or LeBron, greatest small forward. He's just the greatest. Steph is kind of beyond point guard, in my opinion. You know, you don't classify him as a point guard, but he's a highly intelligent player out there when you talk about getting others involved and understanding the game. But he's more of a scorer than you think of your traditional point guard.
Well, yeah, there's the weird thing, like we had, you know, and of course we're talking about guards of this era. You can't have this conversation without acknowledging that John Stockton has a number of assists that no one's going to get to.
Mm-hmm.
At least no one anytime soon. I mean, Chris Paul is the closest, but he's not close.
Right.
Like Chris Paul will have to play well into his 40s to and stay healthy and average what he averages now to be able to get that number.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we did the math one day. We were talking about, I did the math after the show. I don't know if we ever talked about this on the air, but we were talking about Magic and how there's arguments. And the more I see of Pat Riley, I think the more I love that dude. But at the end of the day, call me Magic. He was like, you talk about your your Wilts and Russells and LeBrons and Jordans, Magic Johnson is the greatest player I've ever seen. He's the greatest to ever do it. And one thing I wanted to look at is where would the assist number have been if Magic had played 4 more years, right? That would have put him at year like 15, I think. If he averaged his career average for assist, he still wouldn't have more than Stockton does.
Man, Stockton.
That's how many Stockton has, man.
Yeah.
And he has longevity. Like John Stockton played a really long time.
Right. And that's also a good point when you talk about Magic Johnson and we talk about Steph being the best point guard of all time. I mean, he ain't Magic Johnson.
It's just different, like his position. It's like Steph has a business card, right? What's your job title? I'm a point guard. Oh, okay. Because that's what Magic Johnson's that's what Magic Johnson's business card says.
Right.
And that's what John Stockton's business card says. And these are all different types of point guards. Just like we were talking about, Westbrook earlier and Kyrie. Like these are all very, very different types of point guards.
And
Steph is the greatest at something. I just don't know if it's the point guard position.
And then you throw in a guy like Isaiah Thomas.
Right.
Isaiah Thomas, who, for my money, like if I want to, this may sound blasphemous to some, but nobody did what Isaiah did.
Yeah.
Isaiah was the best player at like a 6-foot guard with, I think Joe Dumars is in the Hall of Fame. Obviously, Rodman is in the Hall of Fame. But come on, man. Like in certain situations, all Hall of Famers aren't created equal. Joe Dumars wasn't Scottie Pippen. He wasn't Klay Thompson. He wasn't Dwayne Wade.
Yeah.
Like he was probably like CJ McCollum right now. And Isaiah
he was a great defender, though.
He was a great defender.
He was a phenomenal defender.
But Isaiah took those guys and went back to back and beat Magic, beat Bird, beat Mike, and went back to back. Nobody's done what he did. And I don't know if that makes him the best in people's eyes or not, but I'm just saying nobody's done that.
That's why the conversation of the greatest of anything is always so subjective, because you bring up situations like Isaiah Thomas and you try to look at their circumstances. It's like we were doing, with Kyrie Irving. That's really what started this whole conversation, was talking about the circumstances that surround Kyrie Irving and his inability to play. Steph, same thing. Magic and the kind of abrupt ending to his career. They're fun, fascinating discussions where everyone's, again, maybe he was doing it for the camera. He didn't have to throw this in, but he could have very well been doing it for the camera. You got a guy like Pat Riley who says Magic's the best I've ever seen. He acknowledges, I know I coached him. It's not because I love the guy. I coached him, but I feel like, and I've between, I've watched so many things lately. I freaking love Pat Riley, dude. Like, too. Man, I
do too. That's my guy.
I'd fought, like you can hear Pat Riley talk and go, man, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. I get why the Heat culture is what it is. I get why he has this aura around. Like, I absolutely get it.
And it's interesting. I'd love to see more about what and who he was with the Lakers. But the perception of Pat Riley, Showtime, run and gun, getting up and down the floor, things of that really wide open type of style of basketball. And for him to completely flip that and maybe go to who he really is as a ball player with what he did in New York and Miami, where it was, we are tough. We are tough physically, mentally, emotionally. I love that. I love that from Pat Riley.
And that's so, we had the conversation earlier about what can, players learning from coaches. Man, coaches got to learn in this process too. Because that's a great point. And I never really thought of how different the Pat Riley Lakers were versus the Pat Riley Knicks and the Pat Riley Heat and basically all the other Pat Riley teams. The Lakers are the outlier. Like, the Lakers are the one that's completely different. And that's a credit to Pat Riley. And that's, we often talked about, Mike D'Antoni. Well, he comes up, he's in the conversation for Kings coach, but we talk about the way that he coaches. it doesn't feel like through Phoenix, Houston, New York, LA, that Mike was able to make that adjustment. Like Mike didn't change. Pat Riley changed. He changed. And for Pat Riley, it could be as simple as, well, I got to do something different because I don't have Magic anymore.
Right.
So I've got to figure something else out. Right. I've got to pour. Doc Rivers just getting beat up all over the place today. Doc. The player Doc Rivers getting beat up. The coach Doc Rivers getting beat up. But Mike D'Antoni seems to always try to coach the same way no matter where he's at. Where, okay, Steve Nash, Chris Paul, or Steve Nash. Okay, I get that. What are you trying to do in New York? In LA? And for the love of God, what would you try to do here?
Yeah.
That's
got Air Fox.
I got it. Yeah. You do?
Don't look like that.
No, you do. And what's De'Aaron's best asset?
His
right?
Speed.
Right. What did De'Aaron not want to do last year? Run.
It's kind of a bad job on him.
Well,
like, this is your best asset. Like, can we take advantage of that?
But maybe he didn't want to run because no one else was running with him.
There's that too. Mike D'Antoni would have everybody running with him.
Well, Monty McNair would probably need some new ball players too. This
is true.
We'll come back. I wish y'all knew. I think I'm gonna screenshot what today's show looked like and put it on social media so y'all could see it. NFL draft is tonight. We may or may not talk about it. I have no idea. I want to talk about, man, that there's an article in The Athletic about the Atlanta Hawks that y'all should see, man. It's something. We'll talk about a couple of things we stumbled across this morning here as well as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. You got a show?
No show, but I'll be around.
All right. I'll be right back.
Sorry, guys. No 13th round today. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe not, though, because Friday is always a mess. Yeah, real quick. If you guys want to ask me something about boxing, I'll answer some questions. We can do that. I don't think we can. Because that's the bag. So yeah, so Jesse's asking me, how do we get UFC fighters to stop calling out boxers? Number one, you can't do it because that's where the bag is. The bag is in boxing. People talk about boxing dead, all this other stuff. All the UFC fighters, they know what it is. They know where the bag is. The bag is in boxing. So what happened was Usman had a back and forth with Canelo yesterday on Twitter. And to be fair, Jesse, somebody had brought him up and tagged him in something about Canelo. So, yeah. And Usman simply just said, hey, man, chill out. Somebody might get hurt around here. And then Canelo was like, yeah, it ain't going to be me. All right. He's like, chill out, man. It ain't gonna be me. But to answer your point, yeah, as long as the money's in boxing, baby, the money's in boxing. Dana White, until somebody exposes him and gets him out of the paint, where he's gonna pay these guys what they're worth, the money's always gonna be in boxing. And I like Usman, but I'm always, if they box, I'm always going to pick the boxer. I haven't seen anything yet that would make me believe a top flight UFC guy would be the top flight boxer. Yeah, ain't happening. Floyd, because Floyd wasn't even throwing. Floyd let him punch himself out and then just walked him down. Why is there so much money in boxing? So much more money in boxing. Number one, because they don't have a commissioner and I was about to call him something very, very inflammatory, but they don't have a guy like Dana White who holds all the money, hoards all the money, and doesn't pay the fighters. That's essentially what it is. I mean, they've got big gates. They got pay-per-view every month, and you know the pay-per-view may bring in. I'm just throwing out a number. Let's just say $10 million, $20 million. He only gives about $2 million of that total to all the fighters. Whereas with boxing, they can generate, I don't know, Canelo's gonna make what, $40 million for this next pay-per-view. And you know, that gets paid. The promoter gets what he gets, like for the most part, at the top level. You know, some of the younger guys, they kind of get, you know, screwed over. But at the top level, everybody eats. The boxer eats, the promoter eats, you know, everything's good. But in the UFC, Dana White just takes all the money. And these UFC fighters, they don't do nothing about it. They don't do nothing about it. They be happy that Dana gives them a $500 fight bonus or something like that, the match of the night bonus. It's nasty. And they got all the power, but they won't unionize. And the biggest dudes, they just keep taking it. So boxing matches attract the stars. It's a different culture. It's a different audience. Welcome back, Dane.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Welcome. Thanks for letting me be part of the show.
No problem, man. No problem.
D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil.
Oh my! we were just talking about how boxing. Jesse asked the question, why or when will UFC fighters stop challenging boxers to
when they're not broke anymore?
And that's the thing. I said it's never going to change because that's where the money is in boxing.
Yep.
UFC fighters, they just
take whatever Dana White throws at them. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Really appreciate you just giving me 1% of the gate you just made.
Right. Oh, and thank you for this $20,000 knockout bonus I got.
Oh yeah.
Fight of the night bonus, $35,000. Meanwhile, he made $35 million on the night. So dumb. That's one of the things. So they got a fight this weekend with Amanda Serrano and I forgot the other young lady's name off the top of my head, but Taylor. The young lady's name is Taylor. It's a women's boxing fight, and this is one of the things that you can be mad at the messenger, but you can't be mad at the message that Jake Paul just puts a clown suit on Dana White for all the time. He's like, hey, I'll do this and that. Well, I'll get in the octagon or whatever. You just signed a document saying that you're going to pay your fighters X amount or what they should get. Mm-hmm. And yeah, you can come in here. You want to see me get beat up? You think I won't last in the UFC octagon? I will get in the octagon. Mm-hmm. Just say that you'll pay your fighters. And that's where the discussion always stops. Dana talks crazy about Jake all the time. And when Jake is like, hey, here's a contract, I'll sign it. And it just says you pay your fighters what they should be getting. That's where it stops every time. Because Dana ain't doing that.
No, he absolutely isn't. He's such a sucker, dude. Yeah. And dudes that ride and fighters that actually ride with that dude, like the non-Conor McGregors, because he's the only one making real money. Well, no, he's probably not the only one. There's a handful of guys making real money. When you're on the lower level and you're just happy with what that dude pays you, man, I don't know what to tell y'all about that.
You lost.
Hey, Adrian Wojnarowski reports Devin Booker is expected to play versus New Orleans in Game 6 tonight. Booker is expected to test the ligament in pregame warmups.
What you think about that?
I don't. Well, is the hamstring a ligament? That's my first. I was like, wait a minute, what happened to him? I don't. okay, that's semantics. That word threw me off. He's talking about his hamstring. It says earlier, strained hamstring. He'll be back on the floor after missing the past 3 games. What do I think about it? Oh man, you don't take anything for granted. If he says he's ready, if his doctors say if everyone's in agreement, he can go, or he can at least test to see if he can go. Okay, all right. Just be careful. I don't think he's playing 48 minutes tonight.
Yeah.
Excuse me, a la James Harden. So be careful with when he plays, when he subs. Get him a bike. Let him get Marvin Bagley's bike and put it over there on the side. Didn't it feel like what?
Don't you feel like you got to play 48? You're close. Like the same thing we talked about with Harden. Like you can't.
I mean, but Harden, they were. Was it 2-2 when Harden came back?
Yeah, it was 2-2. Yep.
Or did they? Because they didn't win. They didn't win that game, right? Brooklyn didn't win that game. Did Milwaukee win the last 2?
Yeah, they won game
6 and 7.
Where Harden was back in 5, and then they lost.
He was back in game 5.
Yeah, I thought he was getting back game 5. I don't think.
I only remember I think it was game 6 because I remember him playing 48 and then the 53.
I thought he came back in game 5 because I just remember them being at Brooklyn when he came back, and then he tried again, obviously in game 6 and 7, but it wasn't enough. But
I don't know, man. That's such a iffy substitution pattern. Like Jacob says, and obviously this is your first thought. If I'm the Suns, I just wait till the second round. Man, you don't know that there's going to be a second round. I'm not iffy. I'm not writing off the Pelicans yet. I'm not
writing
them off.
I think Phoenix is going to win, but I understand. I don't think
which is why
you can write off the Pelicans.
Yeah, which is why I think if you can go, if the doctors say you're good, man, gotta go.
Yeah, I mean, and he can always, like you say, he can get on the bike. It worked for Marvin Bagley.
It did. The great Marvin Bagley. His minutes might be limited though, because again, I don't know how, because I feel like if he's warm, you start him, and then that might be it. Like when you sub him out, you might not be able to run him again until the start of the second half.
Yeah.
And I mean, unless you feel like he can stay in that comfortable lather over there on the sideline. I don't know. It's a tough call. This is a tough call for Monty Williams tonight.
But like you said, if the doctor says he's good to go, he feels good to go, you try and make it happen. Absolutely.
Oh, it would be a fun watch. Keep an eye on that. Fred VanVleet, on the other hand, won't play tonight, per Nick Nurse.
If the Philly will lose this game,
oh my God. Oh my gosh!
Come on,
just one.
Sky is falling.
It will, but just think of how wonderful the next 24 hours will be. Think of the quote we got from Doc Rivers yesterday, and it's 3-2. You can still close out the series, and he gave us that gem of a quote. Oh, let Doc, because Doc's hot right now. Let him really feel the heat. Just again, I'm a Doc Rivers guy, but I'm also a D'Lo and Casey guy. This will be marvelous radio if Doc is feeling the heat tomorrow.
You look back at that and you'll be like, it's really a hell of a coaching job. I mean, look at that roster. Look at that roster.
We're gonna tell.
It's a hell of a coaching job.
We're gonna. I had a shell of James Harden. That'll come up. Man, I really dove into this piece in The Athletic yesterday about Atlanta, because I was curious, what is Atlanta going to do? We talked about this as their series came to an end, and obviously we have our focus on John Collins. It turns out John Collins might not be the only one on his way out of New Orleans, as Clint Capella has mentioned in this, and it's not just coaches it's not just players that might be on their way out of Atlanta. Is Apparently, Nate McMillan's job security isn't great.
Come on, man.
That is such a. It like I said this yesterday, and reading it over a second time, I had in outside of just the Nate McMillan quotes, just reading about play, what went wrong, because that was a question we asked yesterday. This is a team that went to the Eastern Conference Finals, eliminated in the first round of the playoffs the next year. Not only eliminated in the first round of the playoffs the next year, but they only had like a stretch of basketball where they were really good. They really had to battle to get back to that spot. This was a hit piece on Nate McMillan, which leads me to believe there's already someone in Atlanta who's thinking, yo, this ain't our guy. He signed his deal. By the way, remember, he was the interim coach. He signed his deal to be Atlanta's head coach before this season started. He was the interim coach that in the Eastern Conference Finals. So this deal is fresh. But I don't know. Either someone's just a little, maybe it's a minority owner in Atlanta that's a little mouthy, or
how that goes.
Very, very much so. Or, someone's floating some information out there that they're not feeling Nate McMillan. And I mean, when I say it's a hit job on Nate McMillan, boy, it's Twitter's kinder to Luke Walton than that piece was to Nate McMillan. No, it was bad. Like they're damn near questioning his intelligence on this piece. It talks about his inability to make adjustments. He gave him who did you used to say this about? Oh, your boy, young Shanny, Kyle Shanahan. If everything doesn't go according to his game plan, he can't make any adjustments. He can't change anything. He doesn't know how to react to stuff. It's like, goodness gracious. I mean, and I didn't actually, full disclosure, didn't realize he gets to the playoffs. That's about it. He doesn't advance a lot.
And do too much in the playoffs.
He advanced last year and had advanced one time before, but that's kind of it once he gets there. So there's already criticism of that.
Well, I mean, how would you say the Atlanta Hawks performed this year?
Underwhelming. No, they I think they underachieved. They were underwhelming.
I would agree. So I don't think he should be on the hot seat, but that's something that we acknowledge.
But
they just signed him to the full-time deal.
Yeah, right before the season started. You remember when Trae Young said the regular season is boring?
Yeah,
we're like 10 games. We're like 10 games into the season. You talk about the regular season is boring.
It's like, relax, son.
It was like, it feels like Atlanta. It feels like there were a lot of missteps with Atlanta this season, and it sounds like John Call's John Call. I don't know who John Call is. No freaking clue. John Collins is taking a lot of he's taking the brunt of that, partly because of his absence and the way they played in his absence, and how this goes, the amount of money that he makes. So
you know what I say?
Yep.
Teach his ass a lesson.
I don't even think it's that. I think your other perspective is right. Hey,
just trying to move on.
Hey, it's Monty. I'm gonna do you a favor. I think Atlanta lost a lot of leverage trying to move John Collins this offseason.
And they tried to move it. Well, they had discussions.
I think Atlanta lost a lot of leverage trying to move John Collins when that freaking article came out yesterday. And it's like, really, we're here already. The New York Knicks are looking at that like, man, y'all are dysfunctional. Man, we ain't talking about Tibbs like that over here. Like, what is going on?
I'm circling.
I think you're right.
I think you're right. I'm circling those Atlanta Hawks. I'm telling you right now, I'm circling all these teams to get eliminated because Kings need talent, right? Then you could get playoff talent out there. Right. You could get playoff talent. So I'm circling. Tell me, is there anybody
Playoff P
on Denver or Chicago that you would look at and be like,
So,
well, I take him on the squad?
that thought was, the kind of the birth of the earlier question that we were talking about, two some odd hours ago about Denver and what their outlook is for next year. So the answer to your question, I think, as it pertains to Denver, is no. I don't think
anybody on.
Well, not just I don't think they're doing anything. I mean, tweaks, moves, but impactful? No. We got Michael Porter Jr. coming back. We've got Jamal Murray coming back. Again, tweaks, little moves, nothing ground shaking. We're gonna run this back. We'll be good. I think that's their belief.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago, man, did you happen to see Lonzo Ball's quote this morning?
I did not.
So Lonzo's knee still isn't right. And he's got to go see somebody. Like, Lonzo might still have surgery ahead of him.
Oh, man. Jeez.
I don't know what the answer is for Chicago. Like DeMar DeRozan, y'all have, hopefully you've been listening to this show for a long time. Y'all know my routine. It don't matter if the game started at 4:00. Like, my dogs are going out when this camera goes off.
Mm-hmm.
And so I get back to, and I think my Apple TV does this thing where when I leave the house, it turns off. Because I'll put the game on, so the game is on when I get home, and if I need to rewind it, I can rewind it. Well, I keep coming home and the TV's off. So either someone's coming over while I'm out, or my phone is shutting the Apple TV off. But I turn the game on, and it's already a blowout.
Mm.
And as the first half is going along, man, you see DeMar DeRozan is really taking that. He's really taking that facilitator role here, but you probably want to talk to him about being more aggressive. And all I'm thinking is, in this situation, who asks their superstar to be more aggressive? Like, again, we just went through this with Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant got murdered for not being aggressive enough. And you said this the other day. The Bulls can't win if DeMar DeRozan don't score 40.
Crazy.
If we know that out here,
Yeah.
you don't think they know it out there? Man, that offense had to work to find. Billy Donovan had to work to find a way to get DeMar a clear. He had to get him open in that mid range. He had to find a way to clear out some of those defenders. I think they got exposed a little bit yesterday. And now with this situation, like with Lonzo Ball, kind of hanging over the start of this offseason, I don't think Chicago's running it back in this regard next year. I think they were a cute story this year. They were a good story. I don't mean to minimize it. They were a good story this year. Cleveland was Cleveland had the opportunity to push them into the play-in if they had gotten their act together a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
This is a team that's probably a play-in team next year, in my opinion.
So,
and I don't know who you can put. That wasn't your question, by the way, and I apologize. I don't know who you can poach off that team.
Well, a lot of people see in the chat, some people are talking about Zach LaVine. And if your assessment about this Bulls team is in the same on the same wavelength as what the management is looking at, you give Zach LaVine the big bucks to be a play-in team? I don't know. I don't. If I was the Bulls, I would, because I think you got Zach, you got DeMar, and then you figure things else out.
You have to hold on to talent.
Yeah.
I mean, look, that's me who thinks they might be a play-in team next year. That doesn't mean they're going to be.
I think they got a lot of money. I don't think they have a lot of cap room. And this team
can't possibly have a lot of cap room.
Right, unless they're on that Rams plan.
They might be. Might be in Chicago.
This team is not like they're about where they were this year. Maybe you can make the argument like they got off to a crazy start last year, won some crazy games, and that's what helped them get where they were. Were they 6th seed? That's what helped them be the 6th seed. If they just come back down to earth from the start of the season next year, you're looking at a playing team. They're not going to be better than these other teams that are already ahead of them.
I mean, right out the gate, they're not better than Milwaukee or Boston.
You got at least 4, maybe 5.
Miami, yeah.
You know, maybe they say, hey, maybe we can be better than Toronto. But my guy, Scotty Barnes, is going to be a year older, a year better. Pascal Siakam is showing what he could do. I don't know people on the whistle with me. Scotty Barnes.
It's your guy, Scotty Barnes, huh?
I've been trying to tell you about Scotty Barnes, man. Y'all just wasn't listening.
You a wild dude, bro. You a wild dude, man.
At what point can I say I like Scotty Barnes?
Oh, you can say it now. You can say you like Scotty Barnes.
Look, at some point you got to give me credit. I said I like Scotty Barnes.
No.
You look at that top 10 of the draft that I put in there, and you got to be like, well, he was pretty close. That's a hell of an evaluator.
No, you didn't evaluate him until after he got to Toronto. I remember Scotty Barnes is going to change things for Sacramento. I'm sorry, Scotty Barnes? And I'm pretty sure that's a direct quote.
May or may not be.
Okay.
No, Scotty Barnes is really good, though. He really is. And but look, they found one there in Scotty Barnes, and I think that was a bit of a reach.
He was drafted. We
supposed to go there.
Yeah, we thought. Well, the reason Scotty Barnes' name came up on damn near a daily basis here on the show was because we thought he'd be there. He was drafted like 5 slots earlier. So yeah, great draft pick.
It's not true. Someone check the tape. KC did not like Scotty Barnes. That's not true. It's absolutely not true.
Check the film. Just go back to last year.
Don't do that to me. I like Scotty Barnes. I just didn't like him.
If anyone ever wanted to dig through the old, live streams or podcast, they could have a field day with some sound clips. Some Ty Lue stuff floating around out there.
Boy, Ty Lue.
Scotty Barnes.
That's my boy.
Getting downloading the Redfin app for Kyle Shanahan before the draft last year. 1 year ago today.
Hey, they would conveniently skip. I remember specifically, I think they were like 3-5, 2-4. And I was like, hey, man, look, Niners aren't out of this playoff thing. Laugh track.
No one laughed at you.
This guy's talking about playoffs. Chatty house. Oh my gosh. Homer Caraway's in the house.
Homer Caraway strong.
Look, man. It's still here.
I wonder if we'd get in trouble if we made a black Homer Simpson with a baseball hat and a beard and made a shirt out of it, and that would be Homer Caraway.
I think we just leave him yellow.
I saw.
Remember that was the thing though in the 90s though, they had the black Bart Simpson.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But you'd have to have the beard. Can't have the black. Like we'd have to know it's you. You could have your 49ers hat on. And
how about this? Let's see if you were outside. Do you remember on MySpace when you could Simpsonize yourself? I remember I had that.
Oh,
yeah, that was for a while, for about 3 weeks or so. You could Simpsonize it.
I still think there's an app that you could do that.
It was when the movie came out, and they,
Wait, MySpace was still a thing when that movie came out?
Yeah. And you can Simpsonize yourself.
I think
remember
you relate
that.
to MySpace.
I had a black suit on with a red shirt underneath, the earring, and bald head. Yeah, Simpsonize myself big time. Nobody said anything about it, so I guess you could do it.
Oh, I think you can. It popped in my head because there's a store that it like I saw a shirt. It's I had those old it'd say like Cowabunga Man or like the shirt. It was a black Bart Simpson and it said, "Pardon me, I love being black" or something like that. And it's looking in a mirror. It's like, oh,
that's hilarious.
Like, wow. I didn't know we still did that. Like, all right, cool. Is the Simpsons still on?
I don't know. I'm assuming it is because I would have remembered.
I feel like I would have remembered it ending.
Series finale, but I would remember that.
That's crazy.
Aldrin, I will fess up to this. I did like Book Night better. Book Night was my guy. Book Night couldn't play in Charlotte this year, except for the time he played against the Kings and had like 25.
Oh, except that.
They should trade us. Put Book Night in the deal that we give Charlotte Rashawn Holmes with. Would you do them a favor and take Gordon Hayward off their hands, but like, yo, you got to give me Book Night too? I guess that really wouldn't help because what I really want is PJ Washington. So
yeah, come on, we gotta get PJ. We gotta get PJ cooking. Let's just give PJ a contract extension too, just on principle alone. Let's get that brother taken care of.
Maybe if they work things out better, him and the mother of his child, maybe she'd be courtside with Brett Favre and.
Oh, I don't think we need that. We don't need that here. Do you need a refresher on that story? No, we're trying to get PJ away from that. That's why we're constantly
to the game so she could see daddy play.
I don't think we want that here. I don't know that the Sacramento infrastructure is equipped to handle a situation as volatile as that one. Okay. Jesse's telling us to stop, so we'll come back. At some point, we're going to get to the NFL draft, which is actually taking place tonight. I don't know when. And truthfully, I'm going to be very, very honest with you. I don't know why. I don't know what to say about the NFL draft today.
Have a draft today?
No, I'm just saying, who listening to this truly, the Raiders don't draft today. The 49ers don't draft today. And I think there's another reason that this draft doesn't have the same vibes as some of those in recent years. We'll talk about it. I don't know if it's going to be next, but we will. As D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. I knew this show was going to be fun. I can't lie. Yeah, that's fine. Mitch can segue us into football. Well, that's a good point, Jay. I was going to bring that up. I was going to bring that up. I don't think they will. I don't know why all these draft day rumors surround them, but yeah. We'll bring that up for sure. Yeah, I don't know what this is. So the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to take that defensive end out of Michigan. Like, fucking cool. Like, what? Like, so what? See, that's the type of stuff, though, that I learned from Danny in San Francisco. Danny's like, okay, we know what the sports story is. But what's the story for the people who, like, want to listen to you? And like sure, there's stuff. But 49er fans are watching. Like, I know there's, Bears fans and, Cardinals, Falcons, all that stuff. But I don't even think they care about the draft. I feel like draft is at its sexiest when a quarterback is going at the top. This is a good call, Jacob. This is a great call. Surprised Aaron Rodgers isn't making himself a big deal today. I love when he made himself a big deal last time with his contract, and then Russell Wilson swooped in and said, no. I got this, player. I got this. I never feel like this is lined up perfectly. One day, all of these bottles behind me are just going to fall to the ground. Like every single one of them. They're just going to crash to the ground. The whole damn wall is going to fall down. Good point, King Boss. Russia. I love that everybody had the same reaction. It's not too late. Nah, lazy. I'm donezo, bro. I do not root for them at all. No. I like Dak though, but I don't root for them to win. I don't root for them to lose either. I don't care about them. I do not care about them at all. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Jesse had to record something. Okay. Yeah. I got 3 different types of beverages over here, man. Oh, well, yeah, ain't wrong there. I saw what Mark Davis had to say. I just not bringing it up because I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah, that's the rumor out there. I'm not.
Javon, he want that to happen. He want it to be the case.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It ain't happening, man. That would be foolish. Now, it's not above some of these guys to make foolish decisions, but that would be foolish.
Yeah. King fam, you are so true. It's not the bottles that wouldn't have survived the epic earthquake. It's these shelves. When I ordered these shelves, I thought, I'm reading the description of them. Oh, this will be perfect. This is exactly what I need. When they got here and I anchored them, I was like, I'm suspicious. It's like, well, let's run with it. I'm on it. I know. That's the best part.
You got like a premium peacock.
Come on, man. Man. It's in the same tone as.
I feel like Macho Man was a small package type of guy.
I don't know what it is. Oh man, how many commercials are we playing right now?
That's ridiculous.
Yes, indeed. Ricky Rose, D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Well, we just continue to entertain ourselves. Hopefully we can entertain you along the way as well. We like to have fun, man. That's all I can say. We like to have fun for sure. We like our soundboards.
Sometimes you gotta have a chuckle, at your own expense sometimes. You know what I'm saying? It's some funny stuff.
Yeah.
Just like that reminds me of Charles last night. You see they got Charles last night with that it was so stupid, but it was funny. When they had the fake fish in the ice bucket.
No, I didn't see that. I missed that.
They went going fishing.
Was that for Denver?
Yeah, Denver and Chicago. But they were like sitting out there like, oh, we got Chuck something. And he's like, Chuck, open that ice cooler there. And then he looks in there and he's like, looking for a second. He's like, man, there ain't nothing in here but fish. And then after he says that, like, they press a button and the fish jump out at him, and he they just kept playing it on the loop in slow mo. It's like, you guys, it's so sophomorish, but it's hilarious. Like, it's, it's hilarious.
That's funny. That's funny. What are they doing? Like, now I pulled up a clip. Like, Shaq's throwing a fish at Charles Barkley in the first clip that popped up. Oh, here it is. Here's the.
It's so stupid and simple, but it's hilarious.
It's actually ridiculous how great this show is. Like, the show never ever misses. Like, that Office bit that they did the other day on the bus was just extraordinary. I mean, it's so funny.
I could get the gist of it. That was pretty funny.
It's so funny. 76ers, Suns, Mavericks, they can all end their series tonight. Any of those teams down 3-2. Jazz, Raptors, Pelicans, any of those teams you think have a legitimate shot at coming back and winning the series?
Winning the series. Wow. My first thought is the Pelicans, but I don't know how legitimate that shot is now with Devin Booker being back in the fold. So I'm gonna say none of them have a real shot at winning.
Do you think any of them go 7? Do any of those teams win tonight? Is it 3 closeouts tonight? Kenny's dying of sneezing right now. That's why I'm just stalling for time here. I got you. I only missed you one time. Like, I was just literally looking at you sneezing and staying quiet. Like, I couldn't pick up for you, but I got you.
I don't think any of them go 7. I think Philly wins.
Okay.
Philly wins tonight.
What a shot for all of us.
I obviously think Dallas wins tonight.
Yeah.
And I think Phoenix wins tonight. Phoenix is probably the one that I'm the least confident in winning tonight. I think I'm fairly confident Philly wins tonight.
Man, if Philly don't win by 30, I'm being slightly facetious right there. Like, if Philly don't come out and take control of this game at the beginning, like, come on, man, you're hearing all of this talk. You dropped 2. I know Joel is already, he's embarrassed to a certain degree that they're even like at this point. Get out there, get ahead of this. Do what Milwaukee did last night. You were a real contender. Yeah. Close them out, just like Milwaukee did to Chicago.
Playing last night, they said this is what we're gonna do. The Joel thumb injury. I think it was Simmons again. I was listening to, but he was talking about how the injury is similar to what Jaylen Brown had last year, and Jaylen said, I'm gonna get the surgery. Like, it needs surgery. I'm gonna get the surgery. And, it might have resulted in them not doing anything in the playoffs, but they figured, what am I going to – I can't do anything with this thumb. Joel's got the same injury. He's playing through it. Obviously, it's pain management situation. But, he hurt that thumb. He hasn't been great since. That's what would concern me tonight specifically. Moving forward, I think if he's got to deal with this, they're not winning a championship. They're not beating Miami. But tonight specifically, if he's still struggling, now the fate of your season, Damian, is in the hands of the beard.
That's a dangerous place for the hands of your season to be.
And I don't know how that's going to turn out. Or I do know how that'll turn out.
We should know. I'll see if I can look this up real quick, because it's probably just out of my annoyance for him. He played 21 games as a member of the Philadelphia 76ers. He averaged 21 and 10. I'm sorry, 21 points, 10 assists. He averaged 21, 7, and 9.
That's still crazy. Like, when you think about it, like we talk about how, he's been ineffective or, hasn't been the same, and the numbers are still kind of great. The playoff numbers aren't crazy,
good.
but what he did in the regular season, it's great. Even what he was doing with Brooklyn before he got traded, he was like
almost the same.
He was this year.
They were almost exactly the same. He was 22 and a half, 8 rebounds, 10 assists, almost identical.
He was an all-star. So the thing that worries me about him right now, though, is the shooting percentage. And he's just not making nearly enough shots. And he doesn't seem to be able to get to the line the way traditionally he's been able to, almost at will.
Mm-hmm.
So especially in the playoffs, when you're going up against better competition and better coaching, more disciplined teams that aren't going to just bail you out with fouls all the time. And you gotta have some shot making. I don't know if he has that type of shot making anymore. That's what it's looking like is an issue for him.
He's averaging 18, 4, and 9 in this series against Toronto. 18, 4, and 9.
You're gonna have to step it up.
By the way, just a callback. He played games 6 and 7 last year. He didn't play game 5.
He didn't play game 5?
No, he played game 6 and 7. It says he only. You know what? That could be a lie. Basketball Reference is confusing to read sometimes. that could absolutely be a lie. In any event, he's shooting 18, 4, and 9. So he's obviously capable. That's the front. James Harden is capable of doing this. Why it feels like he can't get it done in the playoffs is always the thing that doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. And he'll regularly, you can look at some of these series. 27, 29, 29, 34. They're there. 27, 28, 27. But this is what I mean when I say those points are often insignificant. You look back at that Warriors game, the last time they played the Warriors. Mm-hmm. Man, he was hitting buckets when it didn't matter anymore. Mm-hmm. It would be like when they were down 15. Okay, they're down 12. Oh, they gave up a 2. Okay, they're down 11. They give up 2. He would, I guess you could say he's keeping them in it. But in the 5 minutes prior, when the Warriors or whatever team was making that run, James Harden to be found.
Yeah.
Lead gets high enough, all of a sudden he gets aggressive and the shots start falling. That's just he's a fascinating player to me in that sense. Because he is such an incredible scorer. I don't know if it's dim lights. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Definitely dim lights. Definitely. Got Stephen A. asking, was he drugged? When them lights.
Is that real? Did he really ask that?
Yeah. It was after the San Antonio game where he scored 10 points when he was in Houston and they got eliminated.
That's right. That's right. Your boy that dude is something else, man.
Was he drunk?
Dude is something else. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge.
This is not your fault. This is a bad job by Basketball Reference. Harden didn't play in game 5. 46 minutes, 5 points.
Yeah,
1 of 10 from the field, 0 of 8 from 3.
As soon as I said it, I realized I'm looking at this line wrong. And I was trying to decipher. I was trying to decipher what it meant as quickly as I possibly could. So unlike Shaq, instead of sticking to being wrong, I was just like, I think I'm wrong. I can't tell if I'm right or I'm wrong. So I'm just gonna abandon this.
I came in the house and he said, Daddy,
whoa, I didn't know you could talk. Oh, I didn't know you could talk. Yeah, Dad, I'm a college senior. What do you expect?
Oh man, I love reliving that one.
That's absolutely one of my favorites. 916-349-1320. Not even my favorite clip of the day though. Mitch, what's happening, brother?
Hey, how we do, guys? Good show.
Thanks, Mitch.
Thank you, Mitch.
Now it's time for the roast. You're the roaster. I'm the roastee. It's okay. It's all right. Casey, I see you pumped. You know, your Giants are in first place. I'll let you enjoy your glory.
We gonna stay there. We gonna stay there, baby. We pitch.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. I hope the 49ers keep Deebo Samuel, just like they kept Nick. And Drake London, I hope he falls to the Chargers. Any chance that he could, play some basketball? Because he would have been drafted in the NBA. He should have stuck it out with USC. He should have done both sports. It was possible. What do you think? And thanks for taking my call. I appreciate all your funny comments. It's great. Thanks for taking the call, guys.
Who's Nick?
I think he's saying Bosa.
Oh,
I'm assuming.
Okay,
that's what I took it as.
Okay, because the tense in which he worded it was like the way they kept Nick.
Yeah.
Who?
I think he's saying Bosa.
They haven't kept him yet, but I okay. Now I get the gist.
The football player he's talking about, I don't know. I don't know who that guy is from USC. From USC right now?
Oh, he ain't going to the Jets. You ain't heard? They're going a different route with the wide receiver position.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he could have played in the NBA. I didn't know, like I don't know. I didn't know he had that in him.
Oh man. Well, since we referenced the number 10 spot, let's acknowledge there's another 49ers draft day rumor out there that involves Deebo and that number 10 pick from the New York Jets, where a report today said, the I've never seen one like this before. I think this is a one of one. The 49ers and Jets may be waiting to see who's on the clock tonight at 10. Like, really? You're going to execute this trade while you're on the clock, huh? All right. That's one way of looking at it. And hey, I like Deebo. A number 10?
Yeah, that's the other thing that we haven't talked about that is kind of, once again, it makes me sound a certain type of way, but Deebo worth all that? I think Deebo's worth all that to the Niners. Is he just worth all that in general to the league?
Is he worth that? I didn't even make the Robert Saleh connection. Man, a number 10. Okay. How about this? A number 10 in this draft. Because there's no, I feel like part of the reason, we don't have the investment in this draft because the 49ers, they're not drafting today. We'll talk a lot more about the draft tomorrow because they're drafting tomorrow. The Raiders don't even draft until the third round. But also from just a football perspective, from a fan's perspective, I feel like it's a little quiet with this draft because so much centers on quarterbacks and franchise quarterbacks and how many quarterbacks are going in the first round and who's going to trade up and number 1 and number 2 and the 49ers a month before the draft move up to number 3. That means they're taking a quarterback. That means it's going quarterback. It's just nonstop. Man, you're going to have you might have 3 defensive ends goes the first 3 picks.
Yeah.
You're going to have 3 defensive ends go in the first 5 picks. It's just a different type of feel when that face of the franchise or hope to be face of the franchise isn't near the top of these drafts. Yeah.
Nah, I get it because, like I said, this is my job. Follow everything that goes on with sports. Legit, I forgot, or I was like, oh snap, the draft. This was yesterday. Draft is on Thursday. Wow. I knew it was coming up. It was just I slipped my mind. There was other things going on, playoffs, all this other stuff. But I also think that speaks to the lack of buzz regarding this draft. This draft has the least amount of buzz going into it than any draft that I can remember in recent memory.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Like I said, these guys top 10 players that are drafted, they could be all pros for a majority of their career. Not saying it has anything to do with their skill level, but just talking about the excitement level and getting people excited. None of these guys are doing that right now.
Why do you think that is, though? Is it the quarterback thing?
Purely the quarterback? I mean, and all these guys are in the trenches too.
Right.
You know, it's defensive line, it's offensive line. And that never gets anybody excited on draft day.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that doesn't mean it's not necessary. It's 100% necessary. As Jay-Z once told us, so necessary.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not exciting. It's like eating your vegetables, even though I like vegetables.
I felt like that was a shot at me. That's literally the most exciting part of my day, is eating part of my dinner.
I thought the cookie that you bake was the best.
That's actually true. Yes, with the chocolate chunks in it that I make just minutes
That's
before.
your quarterback right there.
That's 100% my quarterback. That's actually what gets me through the day. That McQueen and the Violet Fog, the sweetest drink in the world, handcrafted in Brazil.
Yeah.
PC, what's good, baby?
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
What?
What's up, my two brothers, man?
Hey, you all right? Everything okay over there?
Yeah, man. It's good.
Okay. All right.
All right. And now we all good. No, man. So look, I'm just chiming in, listening to my brothers. So Deebo, to answer that question, Deebo is worth honestly, he's worth the 4th and the 10th pick. Kenny, you should know that, bro. Come on, man. You should know that.
The 4th
and the 10th.
Both of them?
But I'm just saying, like, if we trading away Deebo, we need both of those. If the only thing that'll make that like come equivalent to that is like number 10, and they're both their 2nd round picks, bro. That's like if we got to trade the guy away. I'm not giving Deebo's not going away for a third rounder.
No, I agree with you, TC, in that respect. But I'm telling you, as if I'm the Jets, is he worth that?
Ain't no way. It's gonna take 5 first-round picks. Here's the model, TC. You got to measure it against a quarterback, and whether we like it or not. That's what's it cost to move up and draft a quarterback? It costs multiple first-round picks. 49ers are aware. TC, you're a 49er guy. You're very aware. It costs multiple first-round picks to move up and draft a quarterback. Multiple first-round picks to move up and draft Deebo? Or trade for Deebo?
That's yeah.
I'm honestly shocked. 10 is, again, it's a rumor. Like Aaron Rodgers was going to be the 49ers quarterback at the start of our draft show last year. It's a rumor that the Jets and the 49ers are in conversation. But if I'm Robert Saleh, hey, what are we doing? I don't think we need to do that.
No,
because you still have to pay him.
Right. That's the other thing about it. You're decimating your draft capital, and you got to pay him, and it's got to work.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm sitting here trying to figure out like what were some of the biggest trades for a wide receiver. Obviously, the first one that comes to mind is Julio Jones, and I think got a one, maybe a couple of ones, and to get Julio, which is a different situation because you're not talking money either.
Yeah.
But looking at Brandon Marshall, the 5th-year player was dealt to the Dolphins for 2 second-round picks. Brandon Marshall was a beast at that time. Mm-hmm. He was a monster. Percy Harvin, he was traded to the Seahawks. Let's see what this was. I can't see what he got for this one. Oh,
it
a
was
first
free.
and a third. The Vikings sent a first and a third to Seattle. Or
maybe that's the barometer then. Maybe TC's on to something.
Yeah.
I'm
trying to think. That's the two that I'm saying.
So it's one thing.
Amari Cooper got a first-round pick.
Is that when Dallas traded for him?
Yeah.
Oh man.
The Raiders when they traded for Antonio Brown. That was for a 3rd and a 5th. And Antonio Brown at that time. One more for you. Odell Beckham Jr.
That's a good one.
This
is Cleveland?
Cleveland, yeah. I'm trying to see what the comes. Okay, Cleveland sent Jabril Peppers a 1st and a 3rd.
Wow. Man, okay. My bad, TC. I laughed too hard. You might be onto something.
Yeah.
I don't see it. Hey, that's me.
I would ask, but if you ask me personally, if you got to make it worth my while. If I'm John Lynch and I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm not just going to do it like all those other places. The common denominator with the other trades that we're talking about is these teams were looking to move the player. No Bill Parcells. They were looking to move him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not looking to move him. Like he said he wanted a trade, and it's like,
I mean, I'm going to.
Yeah, like, wow, that's not, I wasn't there, but okay, let's see what we can do. I'm making the price super high, almost unrealistic.
Mm-hmm.
Like I want to say like maybe a 1st, 2 2s. You know what I'm saying? It'd be really crazy to say 2 firsts.
That is crazy.
That's kind of how I feel.
It's the Keyshawn Johnson deal.
Is that what Keyshawn got?
I mean, someone in the chat. I may have gotten chatty housed here, but it sounds right. I know. I remember the Keyshawn trade package was. I remember that being legit.
Yeah.
And while the draft, while these and I think we need to talk more about like the fact that we're not excited because, or let me rephrase that. We should talk more about the fact that it doesn't appear to be the same buzz around this draft without that quarterback position. Because to me, that's a failure by the NFL. And just because we're not super excited about the draft doesn't mean we might not get some moments. It's draft night.
Come on, man. There's always some moments with draft.
Always produces some moments. We'll relive some of our favorites as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station.
You got like a premium peacock?
ESPN 1320.
Oh man!
No, they never heard it. That's the first time they heard it. What was that, Jesse? Oh. Oh yeah. Where'd you go, Robbie? Yeah, that's happening. That's happening. Popping off? Is it on there?
Oh, we're live, pal.
Oh boy. It is crazy. Oh, come on, man.
Oh, brother. Pushing P.
Wonder what made them switch to StreamYard. I wonder what made them switch. Well, just look in the upper right-hand corner. Oh man. I just
come on.
I just want to reiterate, we really love you guys. Like, we love you guys so much. I'm gonna put that little StreamYard logo there in the corner. Right.
They pay for that premium.
Oh, you just gotta. That's all you do, right there. this jackass. I swear, it's
Damn.
It's not a good trait to have. I need to grow up. I just love that it took us. I don't know. We're going on 2 years, maybe a year, to be the leaders, and they start following. That's what I love. Y'all have all this shit at your disposal and just can't do it right.
Hey, bro.
There you go.
I didn't even mean to sound like a hater, because I'm not trying to hate. But who the hell gonna go all the way out there for that? Who gonna go all the way out there for that?
I'm gonna need to be reminded. I don't know why this is in here, but I'm gonna need to be reminded of this, like for the next 2 or 3 years, until of course it goes to 19, and then inevitably.
Oh yeah, 20's coming soon.
Yeah. Oh, come on, man. All right, I'll do it here. Why are there so many commercials? Is this our money? I mean, I guess it's not a bad thing, but damn, like we were in commercials for like 6.5 minutes earlier. I think my clock is wrong too. I think that's part of it.
Never heard of Dorothy. Yeah.
Dorothy?
Oh, performing? Dorothy performing at Ace of Spades? Never heard of them.
You have a chance to win 2 VIP tickets to the Golden Sky Fest, a 2-day music, beer, and food fest at Discovery Park this October 15th and 16th. Enter on the contest page at ESPN1320.net. Again, that's ESPN1320.net. NFL draft jumping off tonight. Actually, ESPN 1320 has got you covered as it pertains to the NFL draft. We'll carry it live for you coming up in about 40 minutes.
Oh, we're live, pal.
Yeah, we are.
Wow.
Not at a golf course by ourselves, but we're live.
See, come on, man. See, come on.
What's okay? That's my bad. I'm trying to. You know what? Yeah.
My mistake. I can make a mistake.
I can't believe I got rid of the your boy in New York. What did I do wrong? I hate myself. I got to bring that back. That's coming back to the board. What did I do wrong? What did I just see? Why did I delete that drop? That's such a great drop.
Oh man, he's a goat. He's a goat.
So good. The NFL draft going on tonight. So, we've talked about how it doesn't feel like there's that same buzz around this draft. And we are both in agreement. That's probably because of the quarterback position. And it doesn't feel like there's that marquee quarterback. There's not the Trevor Lawrence, or there's not the, any top quarterback. There's no, Jared Goff versus Carson Wentz thing. That stuff isn't there. And it's those players, whether right or wrong, are, it's the quarterback position more than a edge rusher that's looked at as, that's the franchise game changer. Has the NFL not done a good enough job of we know everything in one way or another centers on the quarterback. Yeah. So you're either the quarterback, you're protecting the quarterback, or you're trying to get to the quarterback. It's how far you said, like, how come like these other positions, we haven't found enough stars in these other positions?
I just think it's the nature of the beast. Maybe it is the NFL and the way they promote the game, promote the players, right? Because
which they don't, by the way. It's the quarterbacks we see. Yeah, NFL doesn't promote any players.
That's it. That's it. They only promote the quarterback, and then you get these
like they promote
moments
the
in time. Yeah, teams too. You get these moments in time when, like for instance, right now, Deebo's a huge story. He's a wide receiver. You know, it was Odell Beckham at one time. Richard Sherman was that type of way in Seattle. You know, Marshawn Lynch. Like moments and times, you get them looking at somebody other than the quarterback. But we all know what it is. We all know what it is. It's a quarterback league. The quarterback is we say all the time, it's the most important position on the field. If you don't have a quarterback, you don't have anything, all this other stuff. So maybe it's the NFL's fault. Maybe it's, media's fault, but we're conditioned to think if it's not a quarterback, it's not that important to a certain degree.
Yeah.
So,
which is why I just don't like, we build up the quarterback position. It seems like, I'll admit, building up the guards, that's a tough call. Like, I don't know how you make that. I don't know how you make that sexy.
Bro, the highlights of the guards. It's like, come on, man.
But the edge rushers, busting through that line, I've made the argument that perhaps I like Jadeveon Clowney a lot, but perhaps that he was drafted off of one highlight. If you can't build up Aiden Hutchinson or Trayvon Walker or one of these other edge rushers in this draft, and is there a house of highlights for football? Like, can we throw out mixtapes with these dudes? And I think sacking the quarterback, I think there's an excitement to that play. There's if the pretty play by the quarterback is the slam dunk, then the sack is the block shot. We see block shots on highlights all of the time. Like, I feel like we could do, as if I'm in charge of this, feel like the NFL could do more to build up the importance of the non-quarterback positions.
What do you think, though? Like, what do you think they could do? Because, if you look at it now, they have all these shows dedicated to telling you how great Aiden Hutchinson is. They run on NFL Network, they run on ESPN all day long, talking about how generational he is, or how generational Walker is. And, last year, what's his name? Sewell Penn, the offensive lineman that went to Detroit, how he's they tell us this all the time. We just aren't interested.
But and maybe that's it. I don't feel like they share, because I think we've been trained to believe, Trayvon Walker's great. He's great at his position. I think your example was just, I went to the Detroit Lions. What ain't going to change the Detroit Lions' fortunes. We're so conditioned to either believe, rightfully so, or not even think about these types of positions being potential franchise changers or game changers.
Yeah, I also just think that that's the nature of those particular positions. You build a team from inside out. You create excitement from outside in, right?
Man,
just looking at unless you're like a crazy hardcore football guy, man, somebody talk about Wizzo Mack is talking about Jadeveon Clowney's college highlight tape is filthy. Mm-hmm. I bet I don't disagree. It is filthy. I'd rather see Peter Warrick's. You know what I mean? It's just the nature of the beast.
Looking at I don't know what mock draft this is. This is a mock draft from The Athletic. Edge, cornerback, offensive tackle, cornerback, wide receiver, edge. Those are the top 10 picks. Those are the positions of the top 10 picks. You go a little bit further, you got wide receiver, safety, wide receiver, another offensive tackle, defensive tackle, another wide receiver, guard, cornerback, linebacker. And there you have a potential cornerback at 20 with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
And it's all unbelievably important to where everybody's trying to get, which is like the Super Bowl or to be a Super Bowl contender. All those players are must-haves in there, but it just doesn't excite. Do you think, is there anything in the NBA draft that's like that?
No.
And like
because
a center. Jahlil Okafor. Like we're not getting excited about Jahlil.
I disagree because I think in
sorry, Jahlil, for that stray.
In basketball, we know one player can have a massive impact on this team. Or on a team, this team, like I'm talking about the Kings. We know that it can have a massive impact on a team. We heard about Trevor Lawrence for 4 years? 5 years?
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Not good.
I'm not blaming him.
Right.
I'm not yet. I'm not blaming him yet. But it's you could land the guy. You could land that guy. But if you don't have the edge rushers and the cornerbacks and the offensive tackles and the guards and all that other stuff, you're just going to be a guy who was taken number 1 or potentially 2, 3, 4, whatever it may be, and it amounts to nothing.
Is there
for the team, meaning it amounts to nothing for the team? Whereas if you hit on your pick in the NFL or the NBA draft, it could have a massive impact immediately.
Yeah, and there's also and when you mean immediately, you mean can change your franchise
immediately.
One.
Yes.
Whereas Penei Sewell, thank you, Ramsey, for helping me out with that one. He gets drafted by the Lions. That's not going to change their fortunes maybe for another 3-4 years.
Yep.
It's almost like baseball in that respect, except you get to see the guys. Whereas like the baseball draft, we drafted Hunter Green. We'll see him in the majors in about 4 years.
Right. So there's the good news for the NFL. They're still better. They're still better than baseball.
Still better than baseball.
They're still better than baseball. So. Oh man, our brother Big Al is here. 916-349-1320. Big Al, what is happening, my man?
Yeah, I haven't gone for a while, but today is, you know what? This is one of the top 3 sporting events. Hard to believe watching the draft. So I've been watching a lot of it. I don't have, proverbial dog in the game. I just love to watch it. I like to watch the young men. I like to watch their outfits. Oh, the attire. I can see you both looking good in that. I saw Thibodeau. He looked like Frank Sinatra back in the. No, you guys don't even know who that is, but it was like Frankie when he played. Yeah, when he did one of his great concerts. I mean, it was a tuck, beautiful black white tuck with red trim. Man, he was styling. It was beautiful.
Yeah,
I'd argue that's the number 1 reason to watch the draft.
Yeah, you want to see what these guys are looking like, man. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good to hear from you, man. Stop dipping out on us for weeks at a time.
Yeah, I'll call you. No, I agree with you. I mean, I don't watch the Oscars or the Emmys, any of that nonsense anymore. But this is you're exactly right. You're exactly right, D-Lo.
Appreciate you. And yeah, thanks, Big Al. Great to hear from you. It's don't get it twisted. I'm watching. It's just because I ain't like counting down the hours until the draft starts. I'm watching. It's gonna be on the iPad.
I'm about to say, I mean, if you got a couple dual screens, then yeah, that's cool. But if you have to make a choice, I mean, it's not beating Toronto, Philly.
No, well, if Philly does what they're supposed to do, it is. I don't have faith that Philly's going to do what they're supposed to. Philly, they're going
to be on first.
I'm gonna wrap up. I'm gonna wrap up. 30 minutes from now, I'm gonna do my work for McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest shit in the world. And I'm gonna take the dogs out. When I come back, that game shouldn't be close. And then I got a podcast to record with Matt George tonight. That game should not be. Matt George and I are recording his podcast at 5:00. That game should not be close by then. Philly needs to get. Fred VanVleet ain't playing. Get this done.
They still got Pascal Siakam. Scotty Barnes, precious.
I understand that.
Shea.
They title contenders? Toronto title contenders?
No.
Get this done. What are you doing?
They're on the road too. They should have. That's the attitude you should have for Game 5. Yeah, get this done. This should be taken care of. Now you're doing different elements here on the road.
Our good friend of the show, huge supporter of the show, Chris Haynes, just tweeted the Minnesota Timberwolves, and he wrote an article about this. Minnesota Timberwolves hold players only meeting.
What?
In advance of Game 6 with the Memphis Grizzlies. Players only meeting in the playoffs.
Wow. That sounds like Cat orchestrated that, and that's on brand. Very dramatic.
Players watched additional film among themselves, challenged each other to play with urgency and to play the right way, as well as stress the importance of moving the ball.
Okay. All right.
The Timberwolves left the
All right.
I love this. This is my favorite line. The Timberwolves left the practice facility on Wednesday believing they can win 2 games in a row, a player told Yahoo Sports. You know what I would love? If someone called our good friend Chris Haynes and said, hey, we're screwed. Just left the players only meeting, man. This ain't it. Go ahead.
So many my bads in there.
Sharpie. Just Sharpie the Grizzlies over. Wrap. 916-349-1320. Bobby, what's up, man?
Bobby.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good, man. Long time no talk. I've been listening to you guys. Just been super busy with work. But this Deebo stuff, man, has me feeling all in my, I don't know, I'm just super bittersweet. Yeah, man, because I love Deebo, but this is like, man, why are you doing this? And it's like, scheme, as you know, KC, like this dude is, it's such a two-way street here. Like, Deebo, we help make you, and you fit us so perfectly. And it's like, why is this? The whole thing's weird, man. Like, and it's like, I don't know. It's like you've had one good year. You're injury prone. You're such a Swiss Army knife, yet you fit us so perfectly. Yet you're doing this whole, I don't even know what the posturing is, but it's like, I'd hate to say it. I've come to a conclusion. If we can fleece the Jets or somebody for him, it's like you got to do it, right? Because as you guys know, I mean, don't you think Miami and Green Bay, especially Miami, they got the better, like, you can't be a receiver's a receiver, KC. Like, they're impacting the game 4 to 6 times a game. Like, they're not.
You know, you're my guy. You absolutely do not trade Deebo Samuel today or anytime soon. Absolutely not. There's no need to. There's no reason to. You still got a bunch of time where you can let things settle down. You can talk some things out. Somebody talk some sense in them when you talk about this money that he might be leaving on the table. No, you don't have to do anything. And you're not. No, you don't trade Deebo unless you have to. And we are far from the point where he says you have to trade him.
I'll hit you with an alternative. You don't trade Deebo unless you make him an offer they can't refuse. If you get that offer that you can't refuse, okay, all right. Everybody's got a price for the $1 million man. I do it. I don't know that it exists. I don't know that that's like possible, but if it is, shoot.
It's funny you say that because I'm thinking about draft day and draft day moments and things of that nature. And you know what I came across? I came across an offer maybe the Niners can't refuse. And that's the deal that New Orleans used in 1999 to get Ricky Williams.
Okay. All right.
For those of you who are familiar, Washington traded spots with the New Orleans Saints so the New Orleans Saints could draft Ricky Williams.
Mm-hmm.
The New Orleans Saints traded to Washington their 1999 first round pick, their 1999 third round pick, their 99 fourth round pick, their 99 fifth round pick, their 99 sixth round pick, their 99 seventh round pick. Oh, and their 2000 first round pick, which ended up being number 2, and their 2000 third round pick.
Dude, that is insane. That is absolutely insane. For Ricky Williams, that is so special. Like, that is that the most insane deal in NFL history? I know everybody likes to reference the Herschel Walker deal and that, like, I get that, but that Ricky Williams deal is insane,
crazy, bro. This deal is crazy. His whole 99 draft and the first round pick the next year.
Did they?
And third, obviously.
I really feel like Rodman had the market cornered on wedding dresses. Did they wear a wedding? Did Ricky
Williams?
What
wore
was
a
the
wedding.
sports on
It
Sports
was ESPN
Illustrated
magazine?
Oh, it was Mike Ditka and Ricky Williams together.
Yeah. And
like why the Saints married. Oh my God, man. That is crazy. I mean, yeah, that's insane. Like in hindsight, that's insane. In the moment, I don't think there's a crazy
the show. If we had a show and that trade was made.
No, I cannot. I don't know what were Belo and JC in New Orleans saying when that deal was done. Oh man,
in New Orleans. I just got something that came across here. I did not get chatty house when I say this, but there's a trade that just went down with these Saints, and they got me yelling, "Who that? Who that?" Mike Ditka, because Mike Ditka just traded the whole 99 draft and half of the 2000 draft for the number 5 pick to get this boy Ricky Williams. Now I know Ricky's a bad boy, don't get it twisted. But did you hear what I just said, Below? He just traded the whole 99 draft. We ain't coming over for the 99 and the 2000.
Yeah, that's a good. Girl, you're working with some bad here. You bad here.
We don't have no draft picks in the 99 and 2000.
Oh, when you can work back that ass up reference into the show, man, you always do it. You always do it. There's no like that is just absolutely insane. But
that's what John Lynch is asking for Deebo Samuels right now. Give me the Ricky Williams deal.
2022 into 2023, Wody. He got Mike Ditka on the phone with him. Like, oh, you want to make a deal? Talk to my representative, Mike Ditka. Nothing's crazier though than turning on the draft. And I think we should probably, if there was a reason to, we should have had Trey on the show today. But I think Trey Wingo was hosting that year.
The Ricky Williams year?
No. When they come on live, we're getting some breaking news. There's a video of Laramie Tunsil,
man,
the projected number 1 overall pick in the draft.
Oh,
and it's the famous gas mask video.
So there's a couple things going on with that.
Shout out to Laramie Tunsil for having some fun making it an NFT and doing that whole deal. But
couple things going on with that. So did we ever find out how and who put that out?
I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was a scorned agent. I think
that is grimy too.
That's filthy. That is filthy.
To try and ruin this young man's life because
so think about that. Like, think about that for a second. Today, think about what we just said. It was weird. It's a hell of a sight, and Kenny and I will be, we're open books here. There is no fourth wall with D'Lo and KC. We tell you the real. We're not like super well versed in the art of weed smoking.
Yeah, that's not my bag.
So the gas mask.
I don't look at nobody no doubt.
No.
That's not my bag.
I just mean like I don't know what's happening inside that gas mask. Like that is just not that ain't me. That is not my world. But I do know it's the stigma of marijuana. Then, if that video pops today and it's Trayvon Walker, does it matter?
No. I don't think it matters at all.
Think about what
number 1 pick in the draft. And that was only 7-8 years ago.
Wasn't that long ago, man. Wow. It was his former financial advisor, by the way.
Wow.
Jesse.
What a snake.
Incredible.
What a snake. But yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. There have been some crazy moments.
There have been some like that. In things of, Laramie Tunsil has built a solid career for himself. But man, yeah, I wonder how, because the stigma of marijuana is so different now. Not that, it's not, I don't think it's, I'm trying to remember. I don't think it's like all hands off deck in the NFL, but it's certainly not what it was then either. Like you're probably not getting suspended for marijuana use anymore in the NFL. I don't think it's officially off the banned substance list, but still, I think it's handled completely differently.
That was a crazy moment, though.
You mentioned one
pick, right?
Yeah. Remember when Matt Leinart felt?
I don't vaguely. Now, you talked about this earlier. Go ahead and break it down why why that's probably not as memorable and why the NFL said, oh, yeah, we're not doing this anymore.
No. You're thinking of Mario Williams. Mario Williams, when Mario Williams was drafted over Reggie Bush.
Well, that's right.
When Mario Williams was drafted over Reggie Bush, the draft moment was ruined because it was not only was it reported the night before, but like the contract was signed. Like it was done. He was like done.
Yeah.
He was drafted. Like that was it Houston? He was drafted by Houston, and that was the end of the story. That's where I think the NFL came up and said, listen, we're going to have to do things a little bit differently. We can leave rumors, innuendo. We can let all of that stuff live out there. We can't have signed contracts, but that would have been one of the biggest moments in the history of the draft if the commissioner is at that podium and instead of saying with the number 1 overall selection, the Houston Texans select Reggie Bush, they say Mario Williams. Oh, that would have been a moment. But it was a moment in the sense I think it changed the way that the draft is covered and the way that the NFL does things with its partners. But man, that would have been something. Did he even go second? Wasn't he third?
No, I think Reggie went second to the
Saints. Second. He definitely went to the Saints. I just for some reason thought there might have been someone
Reggie
in between them.
Reggie was he the last?
He was two. My bad.
I'm trying to think about this before I speak, but you guys gotta help me through it if you want to. Was he the last great, super famous college player?
Oh, that's a good one.
I'm trying to think if there's been anybody since Cam, kind of, but Cam, no, man.
Cam, not like Reggie, not like Reggie Bush.
Reggie might be the biggest phenomenon I've, can remember living through. I was alive, I guess, when Deion was at work, all that other stuff. But Reggie was, for 2 years, Reggie was like unbelievably famous.
And I know, like, I know.
He was sick. And he was like, he was bad every time. Reggie.
I know why I'm stuck on those top 3 picks. It's because of who went third, not who went. It was Vince Young. It was Mario Williams, Reggie Bush, Vince Young.
Yeah.
Look at this draft. Then it was DeBrickashaw Ferguson, AJ Hawk, Vernon Davis, Michael Huff, Dante Whitner.
Davis, wow. Dante Whitner went that high? Wow.
There's Matt Leinart down there at 10. Who, if old Matty would have gone out the year before,
that's what I'm thinking. He stayed an extra year. He would have been number 1 the year before.
He would have been the number 1 overall pick the year before.
Yeah.
Which means he would have been a San Francisco 49er.
Oh, that was Alex Smith.
That was Alex Smith.
Wow.
Alex Smith, Ronnie Brown, Braylon Edwards. That was that draft.
No good either.
No, he wouldn't. He absolutely wouldn't have. I don't even know if Harbaugh could have come in here and saved him. That would have been it.
I think he would have been long gone before Harbaugh got there.
Yeah, would have been it.
Andrew Sterling points out I was at the famous UFC Fresno State game. I was in LA while not living there. We had a basketball tournament in LA, and I wanted to not go to the game. I don't think we could do that, but I just wanted to be around because it was one of those things. I was like, yo, Fresno State gonna play these boys. And they did. And then Reggie just went crazy. Reggie just went to another. I think Fresno State either took the lead or tied it in the fourth quarter. And at the time, I mean, that's SC at the height of their powers. And Fresno State was about to pull off this upset. And Reggie just said, no. Ain't no upset going on here.
I can't lie. Your question has me a little
don't think
me a little shook. I don't think there is. Like and again, don't mistake what we're saying. There's great players. You know, there's the Andrew Lucks and in the RG3s. Like there's plenty of great college players, but Reggie Bush was a massive superstar.
Was Reggie was he
This
a
is
bigger
crazy.
superstar than Ricky Williams?
No.
You don't think so?
No. No.
Ricky's
different.
Ricky was
Ricky was different. Ricky, I'd argue Ricky Williams is one of the biggest college superstars of all time.
I can believe that.
No, there is someone bigger than Reggie Bush. You ain't gonna like it. You can get mad. I don't give a damn who gets mad.
Reggie?
Yeah, it's obvious too.
I
don't even think anyone's put it in the chat house. There it is. I see it. It's Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow was a bigger star than Reggie Bush was. Tim Tebow is up there with Ricky Williams in terms of the biggest college football stars of all time. You don't have to like it, but it's true. Come on, you know it. You know it's true. Come on now. Tebow mania was running wild, brother. Come on, man. Everybody was training, saying their prayers and eating their vitamins. Come on, man. That's Tim Tebow. I can't believe it took me. You know what? You know why it took me so long to figure this out? I'm looking at the top of the draft. Thinking it's got to be one of these guys. It's got to be one of these guys. No, it's Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow is the answer. He was a bigger college star than Reggie Bush.
I don't know. Think about.
Oh, Kenny, come on now.
Let me ask you this: the Tebow, and maybe this isn't just Reggie. Maybe it's a combination of things. Tebow never had a game like the national championship game against Texas and the game against Notre Dame.
They lost that game against Texas, and partly because of Reggie Bush.
The game against Notre Dame,
the illegal push play.
You know it.
Absolutely.
Tebow don't have no games like that.
Talk about Tebow had like 10 of those.
Name a Tebow game.
All of them.
There's too many to talk about.
You got the jump passes. You got the tag team and things with Chris Leak. You got.
He went LeBron on me. He said, "It's just too many games.
Too many to name, Kenny. This is just all of them. I watch Tim Tebow games every night, all night. I watch Tim Tebow games every night. Come on, man. What you mean?
Man.
It's got to be. What about the? What
Tebow
about
don't even have a Fresno State game?
What about I promise we're never gonna play like that again. We're never. I promise no one's gonna play harder. God bless. Leaves. Come on, man.
That's
Tim Tebow's world.
Tebow don't even have a Fresno State.
Doesn't matter. Tim Tebow was a bigger star.
Man, I don't know. We might have to
Tebow
go.
Was bigger than Tim Tebow was bigger than Reggie Bush. What are we gonna do? Okay, fine. We'll put a 10-minute poll question up. What do you want me to do right now? We'll put a 10-minute poll question up. The answer is that we'll put it on Twitter.
We'll put it on Twitter. Who was a bigger star, Reggie? Can we do 3? Can we do Ricky in there?
Well, because Ricky Williams was a bigger star.
Ricky
Williams is one of the biggest stars.
Might have been bigger than Ricky.
No, I think Tebow was on the same plane, in the same plane. Ricky, in my lifetime, I don't know that there was a bigger college football star in my lifetime than Ricky Williams.
Understandable.
At least, and I'm not talking about when I was 3.
Is Charles Woodson on that list? He was a defensive player that won the Heisman. You got to be pretty famous.
I mean, sure.
That off. He's like the only one, right?
Is he? But he's not on the Ricky Williams list. I mean, I feel like Desmond Howard is closer to that list.
Yeah, Desmond. Yeah. Michigan is pretty big. Like if you're doing that at Michigan or Ohio State,
for sure,
that's pretty big. I don't want to say that Charles is as big or bigger than Ricky, but I think Charles is on the list. Charles should be in the poll.
No, really?
I think so.
He's gonna finish last. I'd rather I'll give you one Michigan guy. I'll give you Woodson or Howard. I'll give you one.
Woodson.
No, it's got to be Desmond Howard.
I think it's Woodson.
All right.
You're giving me one, okay? I say Charles.
He's going to finish last. This is stupid. Fine. Charles Woodson. There, you're happy. Charles Woodson, he ain't even going to get a vote. Put Charles Woodson in there. It's ridiculous. He doesn't belong in this poll. So for those that are on YouTube, vote on this. Everybody else go to Twitter. Who is a bigger college football star? Tim Tebow or Reggie Bush? That's the real question. And everyone who just voted for Charles Woodson, y'all are smart asses. Don't think I don't know what you're doing.
Somebody else put it in here. And this, you may like this one. Is Bo Jackson on that list?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. But Bo was in college when I was like 4.
It's a different time.
So I don't know. Yeah. Like I was 4. Like, but I lived through Ricky Williams. Like I had my SIs coming to my house when Ricky Williams was in college football. Like I think
Charles,
had that.
Look, I'm looking at the chat. I gotta see the fall. I think Charles is gonna shock you.
I know what they're doing. They're I know what they're
Charles
doing.
Is out here. Charles is out here. Let's go.
Charles Woodson more than Desmond Howard.
Yeah. Also, that's a little for me personally. I'll say that's a little bit of the timing. Like Charles Woodson is the first. I knew Desmond. I kind of saw him, whatever. Charles Woodson was the first college football player that I was like, that's my guy. I was too young to say Desmond.
Desmond's pose against Ohio State.
Iconic. It's iconic.
But
against Michigan State.
But with all that said, I still don't think either one of those two are on the same level of Reggie Bush or Tim Tebow.
I don't think so either. I think Reggie might be bigger than Tim. That's where we disagree.
I disagree. I absolutely disagree.
Reggie got games.
I disagree.
Tim ain't got games. We don't even remember.
Tim got all the games. I watched Tim Tebow games every night for like the last 3 nights. I just watch them all. There's just so many to name. I can't tell you one because there's just so many great ones. There's so many great ones.
Sack down Tony Vick wasn't around long enough. I don't think.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not Mike. No, it's not, man. I really think this is a 2-person conversation. It's Tim Tebow or Reggie Bush. You have a chance to win 2 VIP tickets to the Golden Sky Fest, the 2-day music, beer, and food festival at Discovery Park this October 15th and 16th. You can enter to win on the contest page right now at ESPN1320.net. So if you're on YouTube right now, many of you are. We appreciate you having fun with this. Vote on who was a bigger college football star, because the poll is literally going to close in like 1 minute. We'll put this same question on Twitter as well. So answer that. Charles Woodson does not belong in this conversation.
The people are talking about it, and he's not on the list, but Johnny Manziel was pretty big.
That's a good. I caught that one late. That's a. Well, that was a great. You brought this one. That was a great draft moment too, when he
was on the clock.
Was there, and the Cowboys were on the clock, and you're like, "Is Jerry really gonna do this?"
That 3 minutes was crazy. It actually was like 10 minutes. It was crazy. Great TV.
And that's the he punches his son in the leg, or slaps his son in the leg, and says, "You just played it safe," and walks away. When they drafted Zach Martin, who was like an all-pro his first year. Here's the thing. Zach Martin, all-pro first year, didn't win Rookie of the Year, though.
That's crazy.
Like, you're literally the best player in the league at your position.
Who won that year?
Not, I don't remember. I just remember it wasn't him.
Wow.
This show was eventful.
It was. I enjoyed it.
I very much did too. It had a little bit of everything.
You got like a premium peacock.
We appreciate you so much for being with us. I don't know what to say. Come back tomorrow, please. Our livelihoods depend on it. It's Tilo and Casey, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. You want coverage of the NFL draft? We got it next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Pels.
Do we make it? Sorry, man. Sorry. gotta see. Hold on. Oh man, it's sad. It's sad.
Oh no.
It's sad. Oh man.
Wait a minute. So I got this thing up on YouTube and NFL Network, most shocking moments in NFL draft history. I don't recall this. It says in 2003, the Vikings let the clock run out. What?
Oh man, I vaguely remember that. Good question. The ESPN 1320 going to offer a premium special. Oh, that was a great one. That was a great one. Is this Zach Wilson on the TV right now? No, that's not Zach Wilson. Oh, that's a nice suit that Aiden Hutchinson is wearing. That is
These boys
nice.
be dressing out there, man.
Aiden Hutchinson looked like a quarterback.
These boys be dressing.
That is a nice jacket
I
he's
like to
wearing.
see.
Yes, indeed. That is a nice jacket he's wearing. All right, we're closing this poll right now. 43%. Well, only half the people watching voted. 43%. I need to take that off the screen. Sorry, Mitch P. Tim Tebow right now, 41% to 34%. Charles Woodson got 25%.
Tebow was huge, though. Tebow was Tebow mania, like you mentioned.
Yeah, indeed, brother.
Tebow mania.
Oh man, that was fun.
I almost
know
answered that,
it would
Dr. David. I didn't even realize what it was.
What's that? If they look like a high school freshman, that's Zach Wilson. Yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call. Aiden Hutchinson actually looks like Zach Wilson when Zach Wilson grows up to be big and strong. Like Zach Wilson and Aiden Hutchinson could be in the drinking milk commercials they used to do.
That's a throwback.
Zach Wilson drinks some milk and turns into Aiden Hutchinson.
That, Jesse? You don't know about that. You don't know about the milk commercials, the drink milk commercials, and turn into a beast.
Big and strong.
Where are they at on the strip? Oh, they might have the posters. I remember the posters. I think they're behind the hotels. This little radio. Yeah, this must be where the second round and everything will be. Damn, Vegas kind of got screwed. If this was a good draft, it'd be lit.
Yeah, I don't think some of y'all were listening. Patrick, I was like 8.
Yeah, man, I don't remember.
I don't remember, man. Like we were talking about in the time that like we were ingrained in college football. Time we veered away from that, or I don't think we veered away from it at all. Like in my lifetime, it's Ricky Williams, man. I mean, not in my lifetime, in my time following college football and like being coherent.
Ramsey behind the link, isn't that what it used to be? Imperial Palace? They're behind that. Imperial Palace, one of my first trips to Vegas. Oh man, what a trip!
Is that the stage behind the game day crew?
See, that's what I'm saying. I think that's where they're gonna do the rest of the rounds. The first round, I think, will be at the Bellagio.
It's the Bellagio. Okay, I was like, that's not what they said it was gonna be.
They hoodwinked us. That's a Kenny Tease. We're going to Vegas.
I know we said it's gonna be at the Bellagio.
They actually
that's definitely not it.
But they actually have Vegas has this pretty cool situation. Yeah, the link, there it goes. We're Imperial. That little alleyway is actually very, very cool. I don't know when they did that. It might have been like 2 or 3 years ago, but I experienced it for the first time last year. And they took this area that was very sketchy and turned it into like a whole alleyway of restaurants, and it's pretty dope.
Jesse, you can cut that clip for social media. That's very funny.
Yeah, that's fire.
Is that the one you were asking about? Yeah, that'd be a good one.
Yeah, that boy fresh. Thibodeau's fresh.
That's dope, right?
Do you have a tux?
Probably not. I bought the one that I wore at the wedding, but I haven't worn it since then. So my assumption is it does not fit anymore. So
yeah, I gotta get a tux.
Plus, that was like 12 years ago. I need a new tuxedo. Like I need a new tux jacket at the very least.
That boy my car was iced out. Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hi, Trayvon Walker. There's a little
Right.
tic-tac-toe board there for you. Oh, look at Ken. Oh, the girl's like, I'm gonna be in all these shots. I'm gonna be in all these shots. Yeah. They gonna know. The world gonna know.
See, I was not caring about the draft until I just saw the coverage. Now I'm like, yeah, I'll be watching the draft.
Gotta watch
I'll be watching.
I
This
think
looks
tomorrow.
pretty cool.
I think tomorrow we just rate the outfits
For sure. Power rankings. Greeny. Boy, they be working that boy.
Man,
Greeny.
good God. Like, talk about your Lord and Savior, Kyrie Irving, man. It is your Lord and Savior, freaking Mike
Be
Greenberg.
working that boy.
Jesus, this dude's really hosting the NFL draft. Man.
Because I
What?
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, I don't think they're gonna cash in that money in the bank, even if something happens. They're not cashing in that money in the bank, regardless of what happens. Do the A's play today? I don't think so. So they won't be kicked off for that.
I love our life, man. I see you, Murph dog. What's up, Murph?
What up, Murph?
Wait, Murph, why ain't you at the draft? Isn't Murph? That's your neck of the woods. You need to be out there with the people, Murph.
Well,
out with the people,
Mel
Murph.
Kiper don't even have Trayvon Walker is his best 5 available. He's going number 1.
All right, y'all. We are going to shut it down only because I gotta get some work done, and then get back here and do some stuff with Matt George. So we appreciate you guys, man. Thank you for making it fun. Here was the schedule for today: Warriors. Then we get into Bucks and Celtics, and then the Hawks, and then Ben Simmons, and then we had some baseball talk here. And then a little on the draft. We actually did the draft conversation. We did the coaching conversation. We did some. Okay, we did some of this stuff. But yeah,
Streaming services were not on that list.
nah, not at all. Not at all.
You got like a premium peacock.
We'll see you. And just, I mean, for the record,
That's wild.
I mean, for the record, yeah, it's premium. Yeah. All right. We'll see y'all.